Hello, everyone. I'm feeling kind of low energy tonight, so I might not be super talkative. We heard that last time. There we go. Hold on a sec. Is it F2? No, not F2. F3. Okay. What is F2 then? Oh, right. Okay. What am I working on? I haven't drawn Elora in my style that much. Well, this version of her, so. You know. I guess the bangs would be over on this side. Oh shit, there he is. The name of Parks. I hope I can make this funny. Don't feel too bad for her. One perk is never enough. Wish I had one today. Had a migraine for over 19 hours. Made me throw up twice and knocked out my left eye. Jesus. I don't have a good back reference for her. Have to look that up later, I think. Oh, I don't think that was, I don't know if that was requested or if that just perfectly lined up, but I'll let this play and then I'll, get the video links going. I love me some cold spaghetti. This I had was an energy drink, a BLT sandwich, and a 2-year expired. I see. I can't fucking read words tonight. I need to get back on the Rumble grind so I can get all the skins that I want. Hungover and ain't even drank anything but this spicy ass lemon water. What the fuck is going on over there? You gotta hit the mines again. Yeah, you wanna do that, Monday if I get up at a reasonable time? I haven't really been able to play with people lately, and I've been in a depressive funk. I need distractions. Yeah, you can play. Depressed AF since start. Why am I reading chat? Yeah, the recording picks it up. Y'all can read. Shut up. Alright, oh god, can you link the video again? I can't scroll up when my tablet's plugged in. For the deaf people. Did I feel like I've mentioned this on stream before. This short that I watched, How Not to Do... What was it? Like, how not to do a presentation. And they were talking about deaf people. And they're like, for those who can't see... For those who can't see, we have it written in Braille for you at the end. Here it is in Braille! On a PowerPoint slide! Oh, fucking stupid. Anyway. If I can find it again, I'll link it to you. Oh god. It was a dude pretending to be like, it was a dude and his friend pretending to be like, two dumb girls in your class.
D, that's the name you should know. D, he's the king of the show. You'll holler and hoot, he'll give Kermit a boot. D is the one.
You know, it's hard to think much of a character like King Dedede, at first glance at least. The original antagonist of the Kirby series has served as a charming doofus for 3 decades, and really, there's no need to expect much more of Dedede. He's got an amazing character design that's both simple and iconic. His cartoon mallet feels great to smack things around with. And the guy's just so incredibly expressive and over the top that other characters would wish they have half of Dedede's effortless appeal.
Look at that charisma!
I mean, there's not a great many characters who can get across their entire characterization in just a crouching animation. But this guy? King Dedede's just good, simple fun, in the same way that the pink puffball he bullies is. And just like Kirby, the pompous penguin's got a lot more under the hood. However, while Kirby represents boundless potential and optimism in the face of adversity, Dedede is significantly less symbolic. He's an egomaniac with a big hammer and an appetite. What he contributes on a multiversal scale isn't much more than being a footnote in Kirby's adventures that reads, "Oh yeah, also Dedede was there." But in spite of his story being so much smaller than Kirbo's, it's exactly that, his relationship with Kirby, that makes Triple D so remarkable. King Dedede has seen and experienced all of the world-ending, existence-assimilating, nightmare-fueling calamities Kirby's faced off with. sometimes unwittingly controlled by them, sometimes fighting them at Kirby's side. And in the face of it all, he's grown. The arrogant avian is still kind of a jerk, sure. But game by game, bit by bit, Dedede has developed from Dreamland's shameful tyrant into a benevolent king to be proud of. A character meant as nothing more than a cute-looking end boss became a true hero in his own right. And it's all due to the heart that Kirby was willing to share with him. King Dedede has become proof of the power of kindness. But before all that, he was just a dick.
You puny peewees better be scared, cause I'm the baddest dude on the whole planet!
In his debut appearance of Kirby's Dream Land, Dedede doesn't even pretend he's the king of the place, only residing in the neighboring Mount Dedede to let his minions loot all the food and sparkling stars that Dreamland has to offer. Kirby, a spry young boy, volunteers to assail the mountain castle, meets its master, and has a wrestling match with him.
I remember this
Okay.
video. You sent this to me a while ago.
Dedede is a goofball of a final boss, jumping way up high in the air for huge splashes, falling on his face for a quick tackle, bringing in a foreign object to the ring to clobber Kirby with, and even stealing Kirby's own signature move to humiliate him. These are silly heel tactics 101, and Dedede revels in getting to use them. The king is a showy, self-obsessed bully looking to humiliate anyone he shares the squared circle with and throw his bulk around. And he's pretty dang durable in his first appearance. Fights with Dedede are meant to be an ego trip, squash matches that he'll always win. But finally, here's someone to smack him right in the face, and he is shocked every single time you land even one hit on him. And when you send him blasting off again, Dedede's not gonna learn his lesson, looking to get right back at Kirby in extra mode, an even harder challenge to really test Kirby's abilities, where he promptly loses again. His ego crushed, Dedede cries and sulks off all alone, before Kirby follows him off screen. Kirby never passes up the opportunity to make a friend, and this is his first chance.
Hi!
Dreamland is overall a pretty simple and silly game, but it establishes everything that would come to define King Dedede in the future. After this single appearance, after Kirby extends his hand in friendship, Dedede doesn't really serve as the main villain of the series anymore. Sure, there are competitions like Battle Royale or retellings of Dreamland like Blowout Blast, but otherwise, the guy's most evil appearances are Tilt and Tumble, Dream Course, Avalanche? King Dedede will still show up to antagonize Kirby. Obviously, the guy's a sore loser and he wants his run back. But this defeat and the following sympathy from Kirby changes something within Dedede. Never all at once, but slowly. The selfish king who would starve an entire kingdom because he had the munchies would come to care for those that he looked down upon. Gone was the fearsome, reclusive tyrant of Mount Dedede. And in his place was the king of Dreamland, ready to take some responsibility for those he claimed to rule over. Dedede's first act as king is to make it so that all his subjects can't sleep anymore while he uses their holy sanctum as a swimming pool.
So tell me, Kirby, have you been having pleasant dreams lately? Well, ain't that a crying out loud shame?
Kirby's adventure portrays his portliness as the main antagonist, breaking up the legendary Star Rod to keep the citizens of Dreamland from, well, dreaming, and gives the pieces to his buddies all around the world. Seeing that Triple D is up to no good again, Kirby reclaims all the pieces, confronts the penguin, and
Dedede's just our resident kill king. I want to fight.
Dedede gets his rematch. having trained extensively in the art of inflating himself just like a balloon to try and one-up his new rival. But in spite of the lazy king actually showing effort, Kirby pretty handily overcomes him, reunites the Star Rod, and accidentally releases the Nightmare Wizard from the Fountain of Dreams to terrorize Dreamland. You see, King Dedede only stole the Star Rod to seal away the nightmare. Dedede's intentions were noble. He wanted to be Dreamland's hero. He was just exceptionally bad at it, and was far too prideful to ask Kirby for any help. Or to tell him anything, really. But knowing the danger, Dedede launches Kirby into the upper atmosphere along with the Star Rod to vanquish the nightmare and bring sweet dreams back to his kingdom. While misguided and very poorly planned, as early as his second mainline appearance, King Dedede is trying to be a better ruler for his people. He just needs more practice, more power, and to get one up on that there Kirby. And while he would lose a gourmet race or 3 in the meantime, Dedede was still growing stronger, better, and with enough training, would surely have the chance to...
What's this icky paint-like goop?
Dedede spends both Kirby's Dream Land 2 and Kirby's Dream Land 3 possessed by dark matter, an amorphous sentient star of pure darkness looking to assimilate all life across the cosmos. My man literally sleeps through his Dream Land 2 boss fight and... moving on. Only by gathering the rainbow drops and heart stars can Kirby exorcise the demon from within the king's body. And Dedede, for his part, seems perfectly complacent to let Kirbo do his thing and kill a dark god after that. Kirby 64, though, that's where things really start heating up for the mind-controlled monarch. At first, Dedede is his regular jerk of a self, keeping a crystal shard from Kirby, mostly because he can and it would make Kirby upset, before falling for Dark Matter's fiendish possession hat trick prank. But after being soundly and frankly unceremoniously beaten again, and some pleading from Waddle Dee, something comes over Dedede. Whether it be care for his subject, embarrassment at being beaten so easily again, or just guilt building up as he starts wanting to do the right thing, Dedede follows Kirby and becomes one of the gang in this planet-hopping adventure. For the first time outside of Samurai Kirby, King Dedede is playable, getting into the thick of certain levels with Kirby and smashing through obstacles with his outstanding strength. He's not perfect, he still tosses his little rival around like a ragdoll when he gets the chance. But Dedede really comes to care for Ribbon, Adeline, Waddle Dee, and even Kirby himself. He helps save Adeline's life from an erupting volcano. He makes sure Kirby's gluttony doesn't get the little guy stranded on a desert planet. He even starts bawling when he has to say goodbye to his new friend Ribbon. This is Dedede doing unabashed, completely selfless good for the first time in his life. And by the end of it all, he's properly recognized as a hero of Ripple Star.
Oh, come now, little old me a hero? Surely you jesting.
His care for others has ceased to be purely out of glory or obligation, primarily anyway, and has become genuine. The greedy king feels empathy as his heart grows. Anyway, Squeak Squad happens next in release order. It's weird. Kirby gets his cake stolen and assumes it's Dedede, so he goes to his house unprompted and beats him up. But, like, Dedede was just chilling, so he yeets Kirby into a hole to beat up some mice, and also at some point he imprisoned the Lord of the Underworld, who might be a remnant of dark matter, and is just like, yeah, Kirby'll take care of it, and just after the first boss fight, he's just gone? But he's got the NME transporter from the anime, so the anime's real now, and Look, Dedede fought the devil and won, but off-screen, and Kirby doesn't trust Dedede at this point to not steal his food. I needed to say both of those things at some point in this video, but Kirby doesn't really have a consistent timeline according to Kumazaki, and it didn't make sense to say it somewhere else, and I don't know how to get out of this section. I'm kind of just rambling because I couldn't think of a good way. But there's still doubt within Dedede's heart. If he tried with all of his power, using all of his resources, everything he learned, would his strength be monstrous enough to clobber dat dare Kirby? He had to try. One final chance to prove himself as the most dominant force on Dreamland. This wasn't Dedede looking for another rematch. This was the final and complete revenge of the king. Dedede would pit his fiercest and most loyal subjects against the accursed pink lump, reacting in horror as, one by one, they all fall to Kirby's voracious appetite. His Waddle Dees defending him to his last, Dedede attempts to spare at least one bandana-wearing friend. But Bandy's loyalty is too great. He too tries to challenge Kirby for Dedede's dream, and he too falls. With nothing left, Dedede faces off against Kirby in the most honorable duel he can possibly imagine. An electrified steel cage match, giving Kirby his old hammer while he uses a cool robot one with rockets and flamethrowers. Dedede is very good at understanding subtlety.
I'll kick that Kirby to the curb!
And using every trick he knows, fighting with all he has. Cheered on by a rallying Bandana D, the king duels Kirby and... Dedede could never beat his rival.
Yeah, we gotta take a quick shower because I forgot. Watch my drink. Okay. I got my eye on it. So weird. Relic design, you know? It's weird. It don't look right. Sorry. Ah. Okay. My allergies have been bothering me all day. Thank you.
Of course he couldn't. Even if you push yourself beyond your limits, how can you beat someone whose very existence is limitless? King Dedede will never again be the strongest force in Dreamland. But being a king doesn't mean being the greatest. It means...
Oh, I just had a funny idea. I should have some of the Wampa be, like, squished. Has anyone seen that? God, which Sierra game was it? It was one of the Crash Sierra games where he drops a Wampa on the pavement and it just splatters. Yeah, I gotta add some of those in. Dust storm's hitting y'all right now. Man, fuck off.
means providing all you can and doing the best for your subjects. As Dedede once again walks into the sunset, defeated and depressed, it's not Kirby that follows him this time. The Waddle Dees, even in defeat, still follow their king. King Dedede's last battle with Kirby may have ended up the same way as his first, but he's no longer alone. His actions have earned him friends, earned him trust, and earned him enough respect that in spite of his weaknesses and buffoonery, those closest to Dedede will still follow him. This, truly, marks the end of Dedede as a villain. He'll still compete, cheat, and be full of himself, but a conquering might-makes-right champion he will never be again. His compassion has earned him something far, far more powerful. Even spin-offs continue establishing Dedede's development. While Kirby Right Back At Ya mostly sees His Majesty as a commentary on inept leadership and the
Kind of a reverse King Knight art, actually.
overindulgence of commercialism in contrast to the simple joys taught and indulged in by Kirby.
Wonder what DDD's up to. Based on past experience, I think it's safe to say it's something stupid.
DDD has his moments. I mean, just 2 moments, really. But when a meteor is going to destroy Dreamland, the selfish king decides to use his last moments alive to destroy a monument to himself in order to make room for a playground. He invites Kirby over and sits down to swing with the little guy, knowing that he's about to die, but happy for the first moment of selflessness in his life. And after surviving that, and returning to form by pranking Kirby with live explosives, the fed-up citizens of Cappytown decide to pull a fast one on the king, telling him that Kirby has died due to his actions and are holding a funeral. DDD weeps openly for his fallen rival, and when the little guy clumsily reveals that it's just a prank, DDD hugs Kirby in relief, telling the puffball that he gives his life meaning.
It was dull being ruler of Dreamland before you came along. I need me an enemy.
Epic Yarn shows a continuation of DDD's care and protectiveness of his subject.
I got paid money to draw a Yumi ship art of him. Oh, what? The fuck is that? Alright, one sec. This damn window pops up every time I use that hotkey. There we go. Self-insert cannon. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was the name for it.
In his own rough and tumble way.
You can't be mean to my Waddle Dees. Only I can be mean to my Waddle Dees.
The novel King Dedede's Great Escape Mission doubles down on the DDD-volution. Dedede inspiring a prisoner who'd lost hope in others by proclaiming his devotion for his subjects, giving them the push they need to hatch a grand prison escape with him. D3 has really started to accept what it means to be a good ruler for his people, learning from his encounters with Kirby, wanting to give his subjects the kind of life that he wants to live. Every day work without rest. Every day, take a nap when you please, sing when you want to sing, dance when you want to dance. Every day, have fun and enjoy life. That's what it means to be a great king. But of course, if we're talking spin-offs, there's one king to rule them all. Initially lumped in with the villain camp in Super Smash Bros. Brawl's Subspace Emissary, Dedede quickly defects to do his own thing when he learns of the true nature of Taboo, the master of subspace, and his life-erasing off-waves. However, Dedede is far too proud to ask anyone for help other than his Waddle Dees, so he goes around by himself, collecting defeated fighters before the likes of Wario and Bowser can bring them back to the growing darkness. In his mountain lair, Dedede develops a brooch that can revive a fighter from death, making sure that no matter what, someone will be there to see the world through. And in spite of his arrogance, he gives away all of them, even the brooch meant for himself, to keep as many others alive as possible. Sure, he's still a doofus who makes mistakes and can't ask for help to save his life, but he's a doofus who's able to beat Bowser one-on-one. The Koopa King's only got himself to fight for after all, and Dedede has long overcome that loneliness. And when it's time for the king to finally reunite with Kirby, once again unwittingly helped by Dedede's actions, Dreamland's ruler can't contain himself, wrapping his little rival in a hug before dragging him off to fight for a new future together. A majority of Dedede's development to this point had happened outside of the purview of his creator and voice actor, Masahiro Sakurai. But when writing a new story for the characters he created, Dedede's kindness and selflessness were put at the forefront. In spite of the character passing through so many hands up to this point, two things always remained consistent about Dedede. He's a dork, and his friendship with Kirby has slowly, but finally, become a two-way street.
Oh, I think I deleted a layer by accident. Oops.
Kirby's Return to Dreamland features the first time Dedede needs absolutely no coaxing to join Kirby on a quest. Sure, he'll mess with Kirby on the title screen and chase after his cake, but Dedede actively volunteers to help out Magolor with the puffball for no other reason than it being the right thing to do. Then Triple Deluxe sees the Rotund Regent kidnapped by Tyranza, mistaken for Kirby as the strongest warrior on Popstar. He gets brainwashed, masked, unmasked, and bopped in fairly quick order once Kirby reaches him. But Kirby's full motivation through the entirety of this game is simply to rescue his friend, at least before he reaches the people of the sky. And Dedede isn't even embarrassed to be rescued by Kirby this time, cowering behind his more powerful buddy when Queen Sectonia begins threatening them, casting away his pride almost entirely. But when push comes to shove, Dedede does his part, blasting Kirby into the final battle with a cannon, and freeing the little guy when he gets caught in one of Sectonia's vines. By smashing him with a hammer, admittedly. But hey, King Dedede and Kirby got to save the world together, for the first time since Adventure, and in far more noble circumstances for one of them. Dedede really had finally gotten over himself, and nothing would prove that more than his own what-if adventure, DDD Tour.
I am a superstar warrior!
Dedede's 3D Tour in 3D, part of Kirby Triple D on the 3DS, shows the monarch plowing through the Kingdom of the Sky, with nothing more than his strength and the skills he's picked up, proving himself just as capable as Kirby at taking on whatever forces may threaten Dreamland. However, it's this mode's end that adds the most to Dedede, as when he beats Sectonia in the Royal Rumble, the Dimension Mirror appears before him. This artifact, first appearing in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, is something that Dedede has never encountered. A portal to another dimension that can corrupt and overtake those who gaze into its reflection for too long. Queen Sectonia was driven mad with vanity through its influence. Meta Knight had been defeated by his own doppelganger from the mirror in the past. And Kirby, well, Kirby was lucky that even his dark reflection is a pretty swell guy. And when Dedede gazes into the mirror, his shadow emerges for a fight.
Nobody monkeys with Triple D!
And Dedede wins that pretty handily. Heck, then he goes a step further, enters the mirror, challenges Dark Meta Knight to a brawl, and beats him too. In spite of being possessed and manipulated, selfish and arrogant, lazy and formerly tyrannical, Dedede was able to stand up to a pure corruptive influence even Meta Knight couldn't overcome, and shatters it to pieces. Dedede has accepted his demons, works toward becoming better than them, and has gained a strength of character that the gluttonous tyrant of Mount Dedede could never dream of having. And yeah, this is a non-canon storyline, but soloing Persona 4 and destroying an entire dimension is still pretty reflective of Dedede's character and strength in a way that deserves to be celebrated. Even when no one's looking, Dedede is still growing. And while this next bit is entirely conjecture on my part, I like to think that when Dark Mind, master of the mirror dimension, appears in the future, he chooses to materialize as the one being who's undoubtedly stronger than him. The one being that he's never been able to corrupt. Kirby Planet Robobot doubles down on Dedede's power and strength of character, being noted as one of the strongest life forms on Popstar by the Haltman Works Company. However, the clones of the king that they produce are notably imperfect, some obsessed with only food, some terrified of insects, and all lacking Dedede's strongest aspect, his soul. Star Ally shows just how far he's come, Dedede proclaiming in his guest star allies mode that I'll be the one to keep the peace, wanting to repair his image and defend the kingdom himself. And of course, when he's overcome by the Jamba Heart's dark influence and steals all the food in Dreamland again, Kirby cannot believe it. At this point, something has to be wrong for Dedede to steal the food of all the people he loves. His signature act of villainy becoming something unbelievable for the man he is now. Certainly a far cry from Kirby expecting the king to steal his shortcake and Squeak Squad. His majesty has grown so much over the years, but he's still looking for that one chance. All he needs is one opportunity, one main story appearance, to prove beyond the shadow of the doubt that he is strong. He is a hero. He is DDD.
And here we are.
Cast deep into the forgotten land before Kirby, King Dedede was crestfallen, unable to find the one that he considered to be his destined rival. Joining up with the beast
You got distracted by this video.
pack, King Dedede somehow grew even stronger and let the power he'd been building up for years really get a chance to shine. Kirby in the Forgotten Land features a Dedede with absolutely ridiculous strength, picking up a stone pillar with relative ease and making tossing it around look such a breeze.
Hi,
And
Rayhan.
in spite of Kirby actively seeing Dedede mistreat and imprison his Waddle Dees, neither Kirby nor
Bar-ass
Bandana Waddle Dee
bird.
believe the king's in his right mind to do so. Something that would be seen as second nature for Dedede before is again thought of as impossible. And they're right. Dedede isn't just brainwashed here, he's double brainwashed in order to fight Kirby, the pain of his new mask reverting him to a primal form for the Pink Menace to overcome. And after a brutal battle, once freed from his mental prison, Dedede's just happy to see that Kirby's okay. There's no animosity, no humiliation from being beaten again, no bitterness or competitiveness. King Dedede is truly happy to see Kirby, and immediately goes to ensure the Waddle Dees he's captured are okay, and not too mad at him. Dedede is fully ready and willing to follow Kirby into the final battle against and make up for his past mistakes. When suddenly a horde of Beast Pack soldiers come flooding in. While the Popstar natives attempt to flee, a Waddle Dee trips, about to be Mufasa'd by the incoming horde. And Dedede won't stand for that. He rushes to the Waddle Dee's side, makes sure it's okay, realizes there's no time for both of them, and hurls the Waddle Dee to safety. Despite Kirby desperately trying to keep the door open for him, King Dedede stays behind, facing down an army by himself to buy Kirby enough time to save the world. The king manages to survive his ordeal, having the Waddle Dees
Want to hear something crazy? Yeah, go for it.
that were with him feed and nurse him back to health. And the one whose life he saved will be the first to admit that he's a slothful doofus. But he's so cool and strong, and the Waddle Dees are proud to serve a king like him. Dedede's even a bit jealous that Kirby's been saving the Waddle Dees while he was busy being brainwashed. A shame that he wasn't doing that job himself. And all in all, this is the finale to Dedede's character arc. The king who would have starved the people of Dreamland for his own selfish indulgence would now gladly give his life.
Our 8-year friendship anniversary is any day now. That's crazy.
Just to save one of them. But while he's changed in his heart, who he is, the goofy, lazy, prideful competitor, hasn't gone anywhere. Dedede just knows how to use his strength for the better, for others, for the sake of kindness.
This DDD is a legend.
King Dedede
Yeah.
is a silly character. I hope you've caught on that. He's not a deep manifestation of some ideal or a being with loads and loads of backstory to him. He's a funny penguin who tries real hard except when he doesn't. But far more important than all of that, King Dedede is a reflection of everything that
Happy
Kirby
anniversary to you,
represents,
bud.
and
Thank
how
you.
simple compassion and humility can change a person for the better.
This is when we cue the music.
One simple act of caring took Dedede down a journey where who he was at his core didn't change, but the way he interacted with and cared about others did. Dedede's a prankster, a braggart, a hothead, a glutton, an egotist, and a buffoon. But now, he's also a friend. Both Masahiro Sakurai and Shinya Kumazaki have voiced him. Dozens more have guided his path. And over 30 years, despite being affected by so many creative visions, King Dedede has been
Crazy to
developing
think how much we
into a
all
better
changed our grunts
person
instead.
more
Yeah.
consistently than his character design. And while some interpretations lean into this more than others, it's so nice to have a truly healthy and sincere story about becoming a better person. Kirby is the embodiment of friendship. King Dedede is proof of just how strong friendship can be. And his heart, his care, his desire to be better in every way, in every game, shows how unbreakable of a bond that truly is. That is the power of kindness.
Muted the mic to blow my nose. Oh no, stop. Yeah, it's crazy how Popular Performer brought all of us together. Like, what the fuck? Crazy. What is this now?
Today, I'm going to tell you the story of the 1,000-Year Door. An awfully long time ago, a beloved game developer released a console that smiled through its pain. It was a system that struggled to pick up sales, but it was said that those who held it treasured it forever. And then one day, a new game was delivered upon them. A refined title starring a humble plumber of legend appeared. It was bold as
Stop speeding up. I'm trying to pause. Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you.
strange, a departure in identity from what came before. It was as if the very world its prequel established was destroyed, and with but a single game, what the plumber meant to so many had changed forever. These fans were enraptured. There was nothing quite like it. Though small, that number carried this story close to their hearts. This was the defining world of the plumber for them. They eagerly awaited what could possibly be next. Years passed. Games would continue to come out, but they never fully satisfied what lay in fans' hearts. And those who did love what was new were treated with hostility. Indeed, this is the tale of the beloved, divisive Paper Mario series. Yes, it's a tale of treasured memories from a time long since past. A tale of a team wishing to leave more than they could possibly fit in one game. The stories that make up the 1,000-Year Door start here. Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door is a game whose reputation precedes it. Well regarded in its time,
I think I've known her since 2016, which would be 9 years, right? I've known a lot of people for quite a while. Probably. We met over Sonic and Mega Man. Funny. You video suggestions. It's fine. Severin just he was the main one who wanted to send me things. I have an Edalist ranked live stream saved for in between videos that I was watching earlier.
though not quite held up as one of the GameCube's all-timers by the gaming press compared to some more mature offerings. TTYD has since come to be one of the most championed games by those who grew up with it. Its writing, combat, world, and characters have been held on high as the pinnacle of the Paper Mario series. Yeah! Potentially to the chagrin of...
Yeah, that's fine. Just let me know.
anyone who just wants to talk about Paper Mario without getting into a debate on if the series ever lived up to TTYD's example ever again. Paper Mario has been something of an identity crisis series all of its life, changing in battle system and tone and perspective so often that no one really knows what makes a good Paper Mario. Just which one is their favorite and how to violently defend it. But even among all those who adore Super Paper Mario, who hail the Origami King, who really like all the entries except maybe that loser, who actually played Paper Jam, the second entry in the series is normally the one that people go back to talking about the most, for all of its various faults and strengths. And I think there's good reason for that. While all of the Mario RPGs capitalize on various aspects like timing-focused combat, witty humor, occasional surrealist elements, and more, TTYD is the game that most carefully hones in on one specific element that the entire game emerges from. Not necessarily a gameplay function. The Mario & Luigi games and Origami King commit to their combat systems far more stringently than their mostly older brother, but in what everything is built around thematically instead. And this emotional core is a powerful one, incredibly resonant to those who experienced it in their youths, and appreciable practically without age to this day. Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door is, with earnestness and love, Nintendo's great storyteller.
Alright, see ya.
Before we dive into TTYD, some set dressing for the games that came before. The Mario series has always been a super imaginative fantasy, a wonderland of various locales strung together through obstacle courses for the titular platformer to parkour through with a sense of whimsy. Yahoo! Or, to be less pretentious, it's a bunch of fun-looking blocks for the cartoon man to jump around in. However, assigning place and purpose to these locations is a bit trickier of a task. We had rough maps for Grassland, the Pipe Maze, heck, we had a whole Super Mario World mapped out. But a lot of these were video game levels primarily, and contributors to the feel of the Mushroom Planet second. Outside of Yoshi's Island and one specific castle, visualizing exactly what the Mushroom Kingdom was, and what Mario was fighting for other than a couple of toads and the princess, proved difficult, or at least had a lot less of a sense of place than contemporaries like Angel Island or Crocodile Isle. This is what Super Mario RPG rectified, giving Mario a living, breathing world to explore, towns filled with mushroom citizens, areas where indigenous species like the moles and Nimbians have learned to thrive. Booster!
Who the heck is Booster? Who knows?
But this game was still something of a linear adventure, one solid loop from World 1 to World 8. Something that its eventual follow-up, Paper Mario, was more than glad to rectify. Paper Mario took common Mario plot elements, enemies, and trappings, and set out to create a more fleshed-out world based on them. As the Japanese title implies, a Mario story. Mario would scour the far reaches of an interconnected map, solving problems, finishing side quests, delving into dungeons, remixing his old backdrops like Mario World Boo Houses or Mario 3 Fortresses. And through it, he would meet new allies, new rivals, new mythical beings to set up the lore of his world,
New enemies with funky attack!
and cement his dynamic not just with Peach and Bowser, but with his universe at large. Through these adventures, what it meant to be Mario became crystal clear. He's a living legend in his own world. Everyone's heard the tale of Mario's incredible bravery and jumping ability. Everyone knows that Mario can solve basically any problem he puts his boots to. And because Mario is there, everyone, from Toad children to wise old gurus, to regional nobility, to those looking over his world in the heavens above, can have faith that with a hop, skip, and a jump, everything will turn out all right. So what if we take that all away?
Is that the noose?
Mario is a nobody in the Thousand-Year Door. He's ventured to the far-off town of Rogueport, where only a few legends of the humble hero who battles the ferocious Koopa King have reached the ears of the youth. Instead of the cheerful Toads and Koopas that would be happy to give a neighborly greeting to Mario, he's surrounded by thieves, criminals, a mafia syndicate, this Goomba who keeps falling for credit card fraud. What do you mean by this, sir? Mario gets mugged by a pickpocket while idly exploring town, threatened to be 86'd casually by local gangs, smooched by far more forward girls than he's used to all throughout the game, is cursed for just trying to help out some dude trapped in a box. The incredulous but positive tone of the Mushroom Kingdom is obliterated with the blunt, almost mundane criminality of the seedy Rogueport. And Mario gets treated like any average sucker on the streets without any of his heroic background propping him up. The only things that persist through Mario's adventure are that he has to collect 7 magic stars, Bowser occasionally popping up through a sheer refusal to get left behind, and Mario himself. And Mario is all that Mario needs to make for an unforgettable adventure. Even if you strip away Mario's reputation, respect, how the world around him is supposed to react to him, it doesn't matter. His jumping prowess, bravery, and the knack he has to get those around him to believe in him is still there, and proves its worth time and time again at getting him out of tricky situations. It's not long before he manages to win over a young Goomba with his simple kindness in protecting her from a weird cult, which leads Mario to helping out a ton of other people. Even if the world itself is darker and more antagonistic, the place Mario leaves others in remains the same. Better than where they started and believing in themselves just that much more. But instead of, "Oh no, a shy guy stole my dictionary," Mario is helping the daughter of a local mafia don elope with her true love without him sleeping with the nibbles. Or helping a girl accept herself after relentless verbal abuse from her older sister. Or everything that has to do with Admiral Bobbery. And this game is very aware that instead of some young, noble JRPG protagonist helping these people become better versions of themselves, it's super freaking Mario.
Hello!
There is some inherent and intended silliness in this cartoon character listening to this Koopa Troopa talk about how his success has robbed him of all motivation, and so he never leaves his bed because of the futility of enjoying existence. But Mario's been made a strong enough character through his previous adventures that he's believable in this role. Mario is such a strong everyman, praised to be able to do anything, fit any role that he needs to. And so, the Thousand-Year Door is glad to test and push that as much as possible by taking the Mario story and applying it to as many other tales as possible. Each of the first 7 chapters of TTYD represents a different form of genre fiction. And each and every one approaches it with a challenge of, okay, what if we made Mario the protagonist? From the incredibly obvious and classic castle and dragon setup of the first chapter, to the point of that even being the chapter's name, to the more obtuse gladiator pit and sports story by way of professional wrestling, TTYD is almost gleeful to throw Mario into story setups that he is woefully out of place in. But every single one of these remains a very sincere homage to its genre.
What am I drawing? This is a commission for my friend Orman. Of some kind of experience he had in Crash Team Rumble. I guess he, like, trampled this poor Elora trying to deposit on their bank, and it just wasn't happening. I assume that's the story. He wanted me to redraw that with this meme. So, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Elora's one of my girls, so, like, I'm trying to make it funny and not too, like, oh, I feel so bad for her. Like, nah, she'll be fine. It's making me laugh, I don't know.
Mario doesn't just bop a dragon, he scours the dragon's lair for its one weakness, learning from those who fell to its traps before in order to slay the beast. Mario has to scrounge for supplies and rally a crew that's rapidly falling apart with his presence and kindness when stranded on a desert island in his Treasure Island setup. The whole game warps around Mario serving as a detective, eschewing combat entirely in favor of simple investigation in an intensely clear tribute to Murder on the Orient Express. Again and again, scenario after scenario, Mario is a stranger wandering into mysteries, perils, and plots. And every time, he meets the story on its own level and solves it with a few jumps and a good attitude. And as players progress through these various stories, it's incredibly easy to grow attached. Maybe they didn't know they loved wrestling, but the over-the-top showmanship of the Glitzpit chapter was able to win them over, while also playing up the gritty underbelly of the business in a more fantastical way. Maybe Dupless riffing on classic fairy tales and losing parts of yourself to a fey prankster enraptured your imagination. Maybe the retro sci-fi aesthetics of the Crossknot Fortress made the homage to space race age fiction seem rad as hell. Through being this unifying force that's able to come out on top in every scenario, Mario can bridge all of these stories. Classic fantasy, tournament drama, dark fairy tale, swashbuckling adventure, aristocratic mystery, Silver Age sci-fi, and Okay, I think this is about a revolution, but it only really works out that way from this one line of dialogue from the shopkeeper calling Mario a uniter to both sides. So, tree, and use a good sense of humor and his endless heroism to share a love of these stories to all of his players in a comfortable way. And to so many, this style of adaptation, of bringing Mario's spirit to these genres to celebrate and parody them for all their worth, has never been topped. But this is just the start of Paper Mario's love of storytelling. It's gotta get every bit it can to squeeze out of its characters, too. As per usual with RPGs, the game loves to delve into character backstories, personal tales that allow a character's whole self to be laid bare and grow from their interactions with others. And it actually does a fabulous job of it. Be it Koops evolving from a crybaby who leaps into danger more because he feels useless than anything and just wants to give his life meaning, to a guy willing to stand with Mario against horrible dangers and admits that he thinks he likes himself a little. To Tech Double Cross, a computer tasked with keeping Princess Peach captive, dealing with feelings of love from the princess's presence that he agonizes over his failure to properly process. To Bobbery, an old sailor willing to waste away in penance for being at sea whilst his wife passed away from illness without his knowing, overcoming his deep loss so that he can feel joy again before he joins her in the afterlife. The themes that TTYD is willing to tackle are a bit of a step up in emotional complexity than what earlier adventures had described to Mario. But the game doesn't just limit this to major party members or highly story-important characters. Take, for instance, Flavio. This silly muppet of a man you meet very early on. A real eye-catching weirdo of an NPC singing in the corner about how overwhelmingly wealthy he is. And that's about it until you realize, hey, I could use a ship to get to an island, and this rich boat-owning 20-something is looking for something to do with his life to feel important. Like most 20-somethings, but with money and a boat.
Ah! I'm getting too much money.
Flavio is in...
No fucking way! Eno, did you hear? It was fucking Dracula! It was fucking Dracula! She's probably in the shower. I'll tell her later. I'm making too much money!
Immediately won over by Mario's charisma, which he also helpfully attributes to himself, and is pretty much what you'd expect of a character who looks like this. He's a massive braggart, looks to others to solve problems for him, and tries to withhold wine, vintage cola, from a dying man because he wants the romantic experience of scrounging a desert island and couldn't possibly part with it until you give him a nice coconut in these trying times. But through all these airs he puts on, Flavio documents his journey in a journal, with all of the daring do of the adventurer he wants to be, with the bravado one would expect out of an adventure novel protagonist. But he's not that. And after everyone on his crew constantly reinforces it, even Flavio recognizes this. And despite...
Hopefully this wasn't me. I used that Elora skin. I don't know. He didn't specify. He just gave me a prompt, and I draw said prompt. It's a really cute skin, though. It's really cute. Personally, I really liked using her her pink skin. It gives her a little heart on her cheek. It's cute.
all that, when push comes to shove and his crew is under a cannon barrage, death inevitable, Mario unable to save the day immediately, it's Flavio who steps up, saying that as a leader, it's his responsibility to find a solution. and he manages to negotiate a deal with a 1,000-year-old ghostly ghost pirate to save the day and put a lot of sprites on screen to make Miyamoto pop off. Due to his sudden bravery and desire to pursue his thrilling, romantic dream, Flavio manages to save everyone, gives Mario a taxi service back to the island whenever he feels like it, and becomes that brave adventurer that he portrays himself as. And though now he is merely the second richest man in town, as this whole expedition was a financial disaster, he's okay with that. For he's found something far more enriching than doubloons. A story. He reached the pinnacle of his tale, and at its zenith shouted, "Flavio!" to the wind. This is a totally inconsequential NPC, effectively an annoying obstacle to serve as a taxi from one place to another. Matters about as much as Mido, or like one of the teachers you don't social link with in Persona. But Paper Mario sees fit to not just give Flavio a story, but to properly tie it in with the feeling of the tale he's tributing. And it's not just limited to Flavio either. Jolene, Punio, Goldbob, Don Pianta, all minor characters who get their own arcs, their own little development, to complement the story Mario wants to tell. But this is just like basic writing, right? Plenty of RPGs have minor characters that complement the stories of the regions that you enjoy and then move on from. Some of them even becoming favorites. It's nice to see Mario doing it, but it's gonna take more than that to impress me.
Oh, Flapjack reference? Hello. Wait, can I pull something up really quick?
I'm not looking for you. You might have Flap and the rich lady under your spell, but it's gonna take more than that to impress me.
I like when I notice shit like that.
Mario doing it, but it's gonna take more than that to impress me. After each chapter, Mario can bump into his brother hanging out around Rogueport, revealing that Luigi's been having his own adventure right off screen. And of course, he's glad to share his exploits with you in a long-winded oral spiel that isn't just amusing, but furthers Luigi's character. He's just so happy to embellish the truth a little bit to prove that, yeah, he's brave and cool and competent and is going to have a princess fawning over him just like you, bro. He even has his own partners next to him to parallel your quest. Only they're far more likely to tell you how badly Luigi's messed up this whole thing so far and give a more balanced account. But that's not all! Luigi's exploits become so well known due to his braggadocious nature here that he's managed to secure a book deal, letting the player reread the Paper Luigi story to get a more dramatized, but somehow more accurate account. Propping Luigi up with the courage of a YA novel protagonist, throwing some shade at Mario, and even including details that Luigi himself wouldn't dare recount to you. Luigi's knack for storytelling, established earlier in the first Paper Mario with his diary, is actively making him a bigger star in Rogueport than the silent and humble Mario. And this isn't just limited to Luigi. There's also Lumpy, this random rat dude who you can throw money at to go drilling for oil. Now I know that sounds bad, but once he's returned, he'll share with you the journal of his expedition. It even furthers lore and characterization from the first Paper Mario. Chapter 2 characters Colorado and Moustafa appearing, and being further fleshed out through the eyes of a dramatist. Oral tradition is preserved through the rooftop minstrel, Grifty, who will let you pay him to get lore on the very game you're playing, revealing background details on all of those curse chests you've encountered, and even the Thousand-Year Door itself. You can slink into this cage and talk to this Playboy Bunny Boo, who'll tell you all about her life, likes, interests, whatever, as long as you keep getting high scores in casino games. This family is falling apart with a struggling writer father, a shut-in child, a gambling-addicted absentee mother, and a kid who never comes home. At every chapter, they slowly realize that maybe they need to band together and enjoy each other instead of drifting further away and resenting each other. These crows talk about climate change and update their conversation through the game. These are completely meaningless events. Only Lumpy leads to any actually particularly tangible rewards, and reading his story doesn't get you anything. TTYD can only share what it truly values with the player as its own reward. A love for storytelling. Between oral tradition, the written word, dramatic first-hand accounts, or just the day-to-day living of the residents of Rogueport, every type of storytelling is celebrated as much as it can be, there for the player to seek it out only if they want to. Heck, combat in the game itself is presented as a stage play, Mario's entire adventure captured as one big story for the residents of the world to enjoy. And for you two as well. Dialogue, writing, world building, that's its own reward in Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. There are traditional side quests, Mario fulfilling his duty to help as many people as possible by answering a message board. But most of these really suck, and the practical rewards are rarely worth the time wasted going through them. The reason to spend more time in Rogueport, with Mario and Goombella and Koops and Flavio and Grifty and all the others, is because it's a world that wants to share its stories with you. Right down to Goombella having something to say in every screen of the game and about every single NPC. This game wants you to fall in love with all of the stories it cares to share. And I think it ends up doing that beautifully by telling its own. The final chapter of The Thousand-Year Door, aptly titled, is a simple payoff to every major plotline of the game. All of the stories that the player could have learned from Grifty come to pass, meeting another giant dragon, all of the old legends proving themselves true, the main plot coming to a climax with Mario fighting this nerdy cult leader. Bowser finishes his quest of desperately trying to become plot relevant by literally crashing into the penultimate boss fight so he can beat up Mario. Everything comes to a head. And finally, Mario seems to meet a story that he can't live up to. The final boss of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door is a demon. A being of destruction, far greater than any foe Mario has faced before, beyond his comprehension to defeat. The Shadow Queen is an utterly otherworldly force, tonally, visually, and presentationally wrong to fit in Mario's world. While all other characters have had some sort of comedic styling to fit in with the Paper Mario universe, the Mistress of Darkness is a pure, corruptive devil. Not a sense of humor or wit, merely the confident inevitability that no matter how great her unassuming foe may be, he will bow before her and perish. against a story he's unsuited to play the hero in, Mario will die. But Mario's been taking on tales far past his pay grade for days on end. And through his bravery, those 7 stars he collects every game react, sent all over the world to all of those people Mario helped. Each story that he helped finish coming back to tie into the finale. From professional wrestlers to a Russian Babam army, from a bunch of poor, lonely goth villagers to the fabulously wealthy, from his brother to Noose, Mario has united all sorts of voices, all personalities all around the world. People from all walks of life have reason to believe in Mario, believe in his friends, believe that he can overcome the end of all things. He's cared enough to give them hope, so they'll keep giving their hope right back to him. And through this power, through everyone believing in him, he finds the strength to wound the demon.
Let's go!
As he gains ground, an audience once devoured by shadows pours in, unafraid of the impending end of the world, knowing that Mario will see this one through just like everything else. No matter how unfitting and simple he may seem, characters, audience members, players, they don't just believe Mario will win. They are invested in him, invested in this world, invested in seeing the end of this story. And in the face of all of that, Mario can't help but deliver. What else is a hero for?
Oh yeah!
That is the heart of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door to me. There is no definitive best part of this game. Sure, Chapter 3 usually gets tossed around as really good, but the repetitive nature of battling through a tournament arc might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe the setup of Chapter 4 and all of the cool Doppelganger and Rumpelstiltskin homages are more than enough to let you forgive 1 or 2 too many backtracking trips through this annoying forest. Maybe Chapter 6's cute train mysteries are too simplistic for you and pretty dull. Or they could be the most fun things in the whole game. What is important is that some part of TTYD is incredibly resonant to most people. And a genuine love for Mario lets him introduce and share so many different styles, genres, and colors of storytelling to so many others. It opens up Mario's world tremendously, making his wonderland a place where truly anything can take place, from the mundane to the extraordinary. And the future yarns that can be spun are seemingly innumerable. TTYD isn't just filled with ideas and celebrations. It's teeming with possibilities of what future titles could bring, of what new things Mario could introduce, of maybe revisiting these stories down the line and seeing how they've developed in the years since. And that's why I feel the series has become so contentious, as it's moved away from this promise. Future Paper Mario titles still have wonderful moments. I struggle to call any of them bad games. Okay, yeah, this one is pretty boring to me, but the others are cool, if not great. But they continue to tell wonderful character stories that can absolutely enrich a world around them, or add more perspective to the Mario universe that was either missing before, or is refreshing to see explored further. There are individual tales here that can still resonate to a life-changing degree to players. Leave them Mario fans and fans of these games specifically forever. But man, did TTYD cast an incredibly wide net and commit to it hard. Other Paper Mario games have focused greatly on trying to remix the series' battle system, or how to interact with a truly paper world to emphasize a sense of style and visual identity. And look, I love TTYD's battle system as much as anybody, except for this random fog of war that I hate. I think it's really fun to break in half, I love what other games have done to capitalize on it and let it shine. But it isn't why I come back to Paper Mario. Not all these years later. I come back for Mario, and Peach, and Bowser, and Bow, and Bobbery, and Bleck, and Tippy, and Rockhawk. I come back for Paper Luigi. I come back for Toad Town, and Rogueport, and Fort Francis. I come back because I love these characters. I love this world. I love these games. I love these stories. And I doubt I'm alone. Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door is a sincere love letter to all forms of stories. And as such, fans of any of those kinds of tales, or those first introduced to them through TTYD's telling, tend to love the game in turn. It's a nostalgic goldmine of a game. So easy to remember, recall, retell, and share with others. Hopefully even more given an actually accessible remaster. And no matter where the series or Mario as a whole may go in the future, I'm happy with the collection of tales we got, and hope that someone will continue to spread the feelings they brought out to more in the future. That, like the game itself, is how you design for storytelling. Flavio! And that's some pizza power right there.
Let's see. Okay, I haven't seen this one.
My dudes. My paisano Peppino spaghetti is... The Noise. A gross little gremlin of a man based around 80s Domino's pizza mascot The Noid, the third boss of the incomparable Pizza Tower, and star of his very own update to the game. Is this little guy more than what meets the eye, too? No! The Noise is everything that he appears to be. An in-your-face, obnoxious prankster who wants you to look like an idiot, and him to also look like an idiot. But a much cooler idiot than you could ever be. He's an effective use of space who has just enough of a snide and cynical leaning that lets him leave an effective, lasting impression. And as a playable character, he really is just more of that chaotic nonsense. But it's nonsense that's allowed to come together because deep down, he kinda hates everything. Especially you. Unless he's succeeding more than he ever has before. Looking at The Noise is like looking at a biteable or playable car crash of a man. A living midlife crisis looking to wreck everything in his path. A mental breakdown that is somehow different from the other playable mental breakdown we have in the same game. And if you stare into that gaping, empty abyss that is his eyes long enough, I don't know. Some of you seem to like it, I guess. So we'll talk about it. Yeah. The Noise's inspirations come primarily from the obnoxious world of advertising. Through the 80s and into the early 90s.
Oh, hey, Enoch, welcome back. You missed, they spliced in a Dracula clip in the last video. I'm making too much money! It was funny.
Domino's Pizza's main gimmick was the Noid. a bunny pajama-clad goblin man who embodied everything that could go wrong with pizza delivery, and who took glee in destroying precious pizza pies.
The bugs are back.
He crushes pizzas, controls the weather to prevent them from being delivered on time, freezes them to be cold, is a wizard with aging magic?
Bombs?
But of course, Domino's Pizza is just too efficient and incredible, ensuring a speedy delivery and that you can get that gooey, hot, cheese-covered cardboard you've been craving with no compromise to the lack of quality inherent to it. Also, he had a video game that was a reskin of a ninja game, and he fought Crash Bandicoot before. I refuse to believe that isn't canon. The Noise is, at a basic level, all of these things in his boss fight. He's got direct references to the Noid commercials with analogs for the Noid's bombs, the Pizza Crusher. He's even got the skateboard
You wish Domino's was good.
in there. And his job is to slow Peppino down with a bunch of obstacles to deftly weave through. In terms of being an antagonist for a game where you run really fast to ensure speedy and high-quality delivery, The Noise is a pretty inspired choice even before you take into account the obvious pizza theming. But then you toss in what he adds beyond just being a funny roadblock, and you start to get a really solid boss fight out of it. The Noise is all about making Peppino look like an absolute fool during the fight, be it tossing a skateboard at the chef and forcing him to ride it directly into pain, or making a little inflatable version of himself that is also a bomb for Peppino to blow himself up with. The only time that the Noise is vulnerable is when he's actively mocking his portly pizza-making competition, or when he's blown himself up with one of his own inventions. And even though he could just stop doing that, no, this man, he's an absolute egomaniac, demanding to be seen, television cameras all over, a direct analogy for his ego floating in the background and inflating itself just like a balloon for his second phase in proportion to his smugness. The Noise isn't just a pizza-hating little gremlin. He knows being one is his image, and he's playing it up to the absolute max. And that phrase, playing it up, is what's most key to the Noise's character. Because behind all the bombs and weird minions with pointy noses that stab you is some dude named Theodore. And he hates this. After you defeat the Noise, or rather after Noisette defeats her counterpart for you...
It's good. It is good, the whole cardboard thing, is because they specialize thin crust. Casey has had a bad experience with Domino's, so we don't really appreciate Domino's in this house. And my roommates order it sometimes, and it's good, but me personally, I like Pizza Hut and Papa John's. Yeah, this fucking guy is just named Theodore. 401 Table and Tap all day. Yes, that was such a good pizza place.
With the power of love, you can find the Noise smoking a cigarette in the hub of Floor 4. And he's a bitter little guy. No cartoonishness, just looking to bust your kneecaps. And this one vindictive little moment is the
It wasn't
launching
roaches,
point
was
for
it?
Noise's entire character. The Noise isn't
I know, it doesn't have to do with that.
inherently this horrible annoyance. It's all an act. A character that's proven successful that he's glad to put out there. Pizza Tower comics delve even further into this. The Noise barely able to keep it together for a pizza-themed commercial, finding all of the grandstanding for the camera beneath him. And he can't even get drunk because Dougie Jones can only make pizza-flavored tequila. There's some real Hatsune Miku working at McDonald's energy coming from the Noise. But once he hears about a dude who runs really fast, oh, a spark is lit inside of him. All of that grandstanding he was doing becomes a genuine passion when there's a fat Italian to terrorize. Someone who can actually keep up to show up. He'll gladly throw himself into danger to fight this dude. He'll mock Peppino for all his worth. He'll even share this white liquid that isn't milk with his newfound rival. The Noise and Peppino are oddly excellent reflections of each other. One utterly destitute and flailing wildly in order to achieve a modicum of success, and the other flailing wildly because he's successful, worn down by the monotony of trying to keep it up until he finds someone trying to keep it up that he can bully for being less good at it than him. And it is utterly amazing to me that this character arc, stuck in a couple of comics and a background animation, is able to so effortlessly and completely define the Noise as a playable character. Unlocked by either beating the game as Peppino or successfully punching Peppino in the face 100 times on the title screen before he jump scares you, the Noise is decidedly a lot more odd than Peppino. The Funny Pizza Man is pretty solid just running from one end of a stage to another. The combination of his dash, wall run, and dive creating this incredible fettuccine flow that plows through most enemies on its own. The player just needed to tell him when to jump. The Noise, by contrast, is significantly more frenetic. Noise doesn't wall run. He's got his skateboard to do sick tricks off of walls, requiring the manic mascot to keep pressing buttons in a combination of, "Oh, I hope you know what you're doing," and "How do you do, fellow kids?" energy. His ground pound pizza press is incredibly committal, but he can instead opt out of it for an incredible flexible spin attack, transforming into a tiny tornado that can break obstacles and tear through enemies, but doesn't make enemies afraid of him, so any pointy bits will instantly stop him in his tracks. Heck, he can even combine these techniques, canceling the pizza press into a sick skateboard trick, then back into another press, ad infinitum, which means
You can fly?
the Noise is too big of a star to fight bosses on their own terms, so he'll just throw a bunch of bombs at them, replacing needing to actually interact with well thought out boss patterns with holding back and spamming projectiles. Something that requires its own rhythm and royally screws up muscle memory. And every single stage element that Peppino interacts with, yeah, the Noise will do him just a little different. Stuffing entire rockets down his gullet so he instantly bounces off walls. Able to stop his momentum entirely in barrels, but not naturally changing direction. Not befriending Mort the Chicken and tossing him by the neck as a professional chicken choker. Everything that the Noise does is made to be just a bit more complex than what Peppino has to offer, going against the natural flow of a level. If you're looking at it from a pure game design standpoint, the level flowing well and the player knowing what to do at all times, the Noise is outright worse than Peppino on this intellectual level. But yeah, that's the point. And he sure doesn't feel bad in spite of that. The Noise is made to be an insult to and showing up of everything Peppino is doing. You could care about balanced and good game design and merge the high-octane action of your platformer with this careful golf minigame, which is really well considered and would make a good video essay for losers online. Or you could just cheat at golf and keep hitting buttons to keep the combo up, idiot.
Nice par, loser.
You could look at the defeated sprites of your enemies on the overworld as it builds the world around you. But what if you just killed them instead? You could treat the game as a platformer that you steadily get better at a healthy way. But the Noise hates that. Why are you going for anything less than an S rank? He hates you for even trying. The Noise is a playable midlife crisis, throwing away everything that Peppino does and trying to do it just a little better, a little cooler, a little faster, a little different, pushing that skill ceiling a little higher. And it feels great going for it. Noise is perhaps the truest form of a new game plus. Not giving players a more powerful character, but one with an even higher skill ceiling, showing what could be done with a force that can break the game over his knee, as long as you're good enough to reach his potential. And he marries it elegantly with his character, permanently murdering his boss replacement from this weird noise reproduction facility via Pedito's uncontrollable rage. not relying on friends like Gustavo and Brick when he can just do the whole thing himself. Having unflinching confidence at every boss fight because they can't kill someone who's dead inside. Transforming into his ultimate form, Noise Blanco, not out of Peppino's endless rage and panic, but kind of just wanting the game to be over by this point and get his reward. It is a pure, egotistical dash to the finish. But of course, it all comes to a head in the game's brilliant fourth boss fight. An oozing mass of envy, clambering for even a single gasp of freedom, chasing an endless dream that refuses to. Whoa, okay, well, fuck, dude. Never mind. See a therapist, man. I'm freaking out here. Jesus Christ. That's the noise! There's not a whole lot there. Little dude's an egotist who's gonna break down in a slightly different way than Peppino, trying to show off how cool he is by doing everything a little different but faster. It's not a ton, but it's fulfilling and fun, and it fits with Pizza Tower's energy, so shut up. The noise as a second character could have so easily been a footnote of minor changes to Peppino's stats, or some unfinished build of his boss fight made playable to be thrown around as a busted novelty. Instead, the noise breaks the game in a totally unique way, proving that he can be faster and better than Peppino, but you gotta really try, because he's intentionally mucking up any situation where the game would make things more automated and comfortable for you. He's a different kind of sad sack than Peppino, one where his own overcompensation and efforts lead to his self-destruction, and he wouldn't have it any other way. How else do you have fun in a world you've already found success in than by breaking the rules to raise that bar just an inch higher? That, you delicious pizza putzes, is how you design for a breakdown.
Gotta get some rest now, streaming a game. I know, gonna kill me tomorrow. Oh yeah. Oh, good luck with that. Oh, Defunct Land. Okay, I was about to say, like, I want a break from this one YouTuber for a little bit, please. I've seen this one. Yeah, I like this one. This is a good video. Good night. Sleep well.
In the mid-19th century, in the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new pastime that people could not get enough of: picnics. While picnics had been a French pastime for over a century, Americans did not begin to indulge in the practice until the early 1800s, and then it was almost exclusively for the upper class. By the mid-19th century, though, people of all means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to enjoy a meal. Maybe somebody would bring a guitar and play some tunes. Maybe some couples would sneak off for some alone time. Maybe some guy in a boat would row by to watch. Everyone loves a picnic, And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most popular picnic locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section of a farm owned by a man named Anthony Kenny. Located southeast of Pittsburgh in the Mifflin Township, Kenny's Grove was a popular picnic location with a beautiful view of the Monongahela River Valley. The area would become so popular in the latter half of the 19th century that in 1898, the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the end of their Mifflin streetcar line. The company leased land from the Kenny family and renamed the picnic area to Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout the United States, and they were typically created to increase railway profits, especially on the weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In 1898, just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela added a dance pavilion, the casino building restaurant, and Kennywood's first ride, a carousel. The following year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride, named the Old Mill. The Old Mill was not a unique ride to Kennywood, but rather an entire category of amusement park ride. Old Mills are slow-moving boat rides, with no steep inclines or declines. The water in many of these rides are moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old Mills were best known for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance-related activity, leading to the Old Mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love. These seemed to sprout up all over the place in the late 19th and early 20th century, in World's Fairs, state fairs, trolley parks, and amusement parks, and their reputation soon became a marketing ploy, with more and more Old Mills receiving branding of a romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at Kennywood was one of the first Old Mill rides, and although it was never branded specifically as a Tunnel of Love, local couples found that it worked just the same. Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes and overlays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the Fairyland floats, then to the canals of Venice, and later to the Panama Canal, which at the time was an extremely topical theme as the actual Panama Canal had just debuted. After the Panama Canal theme, the Old Mill became the Rapids Gorge and then the Fairyland floats again, before returning to its classic name, the Old Mill. In 1922, the ride underwent a refurbishment and received a new facade to appear more like a New England mill, and had its ride system overhauled and enlarged. Arguably the biggest change to the Old Mill in its early years would come after the ride caught on fire and burned to the ground, being rebuilt for the 1926 season and receiving new theming with comic supplement characters, including Happy Hooligan, the Katzenjammer Kids, and Jiggs and Maggie. In 1936, the Old Mill was redecorated again with 8 new theatrically lit pictures. Another major refurbishment to the ride occurred in 1940. During this season, the Old Mill received a renovation with new animations. The refurbishment featured 7 well-known characters from comic strips and cartoons, including Blondie, Popeye, the Lone Ranger, the Little King, Tarzan, Gulliver, and Little Henry. In 1957, the Old Mill was themed to a trip around the world. The comic characters were replaced with scenes of Hawaii, a kangaroo in Australia, a tiger in Asia, an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole. The loading area was also given an animatronic band of monkeys that would play music for guests in the queue, which was apparently auctioned off just 1 month before I started writing this video, although it sold for $2,300, which is more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974 season, the Old Mill would receive its most significant thematic overhaul to date, becoming Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This re-theme sent riders through an Old West ghost town, with comical and frightening scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride. Some of these figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections. This is the first version of the attraction that has been well documented, and it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track. The Old Mill's middle section consists of 3 circles. In the center of these, outdoor show scenes were constructed, with parts of the tunnel being removed and replaced with fencing so guests could look outside. There are also 4 show buildings where dark ride scenes have been placed. Despite the creative theming of Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway, the Old Mill continued to be known for one thing. Kennywood's director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on that ride to look at the scenes."
It's a place for cuddling and to sort of make out canoodle. You're a little bit nervous about getting on the Old Mill with a girl the first time because you might end up getting slapped, but you also might end up getting, a snuggle.
In 1984, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette did a feature on the ride's reputation of romance. When interviewed, 15-year-old Missy Stash said, quote, "Everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should see. Some of the boats come out and there's nobody in them. 61-year-old Ellen Ammon, recalling her old mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the boys would bring string onto the ride. In the dark portions, they would brush the string along the necks of girls to convince them that there were spiders and water snakes in the tunnels, in an effort to hold them close through their terror. Another common occurrence was seeing couples buttoning up their shirts while exiting the attraction. An uptick in romantic activity in the old mill was met with an increase in supervision from the park. Kennywood employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with a flashlight and a disapproving stare. They would rarely intervene if the activity was nothing more than a kiss, but for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off. At one point in the 1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat, and were instructed that if they saw the naked buttocks of any rider, they were to smack them with the bat. This was very effective, and almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress
That sounds very
themselves for the remainder of the
effective.
journey. This solution was actually quite popular in old mills, as this photo from a different tunnel of love proves. Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system, so that employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without having to assault them in the dark. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway understands.
Okay, hold on. He was typing. Sorry, guys. I was sending what I got to Orman really quick. Trying to figure out what to do next, because I can't start that until I get the okay to start lining it. Draw for myself? I don't know. Like what? Draw a happy fun thing. Hmm. I forget what it was I wanted to draw a couple days ago. I could start, I can line Edalus, I guess. For my banner. Sorry, I'm like digging through my stuff. I'm trying to find it. Oh, I got a response. Okay. Alright, step 3.
Understandably dropped the alliterative name in 1992, reverting back to the old mill but keeping the rest of the theming. As the old mill entered the 2000s, officially celebrating its 100th birthday, Kennywood was weighing the pros and cons of the ride. Due to its age and design, the attraction required a lot of maintenance and took up a significant amount of land at the park. Kennywood is well known for constantly building new attractions and creating new experiences to push locals to come back each season, so it was not out of the question to tear down the old mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling. However, the management at Kennywood also cares deeply for the history of its park, and few, if any, wanted to see the park's oldest attraction torn down. So 100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the old mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences. And the answer to this would come in the form of a powerful cat, named Garfield. Garfield is a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976. The eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction. The general public is well aware of his love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays, and his trademark laziness. Garfield, along with his dorky owner John, John's naive dog Odie, and a cast of other recurring characters quickly found their ways into the comic sections of newspapers across the country. By 1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity, Garfield would spawn an unprecedented amount of merchandise and media, including toys, books, video games, TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name and his face being on everything from tea kettles to lava lamps, he was noticeably absent in amusement parks. It seemed that every major park chain had a classic cartoon character as a mascot. Disney had Mickey Mouse and Friends, Universal had Woody Woodpecker, Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang, and Six Flags had the Looney Tunes. Garfield's omission from the medium was not lost on his creator. In 1988, when asked if Garfield would enter the theme park business, Davis said, quote, "I wouldn't touch it. Never." And that's the history of Garfield and theme parks. Wait, 8 years later he changed his mind. Wonder why. In 1996, plans were announced for a 535-acre theme park to be located in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland Festival Entertainment Complex, and at the heart of the park would be Garfield's universe, a land dedicated to the character. This would include a character carousel, Arbuckle's picnic coaster, a ride called Garfield's Extreme Adventure, an Odie tongue slide, Irma's Diner, and Mama Leone's restaurant, which would serve, of course, lasagna. The park was planned to open in 1997 and was a joint effort between a Michigan development company and Davis's company, Paws Inc. The cost of the project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room and even conceptualizing the more mundane aspects of the project, such as the garbage cans and restrooms. On top of the design contractors, Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on the project during its early stages. This was when Davis first reached out to the Kennywood Entertainment Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around Pennsylvania, including Kennywood in West Mifflin. A year after the announcement, the opening date was pushed back to 1998. Despite significant utilities and groundwork being completed, the project struggled to find the remainder of its funding. The following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's Adventure America and scaled back on its plans, opting to construct and debut the Garfield area first, with the opening now planned for 1999. By this point, a significant number of Hendricks County residents opposed the project, even forming a group called Citizens Opposing Amusement Park, or COPE. The theme park was pushed back another year with a projected opening of 2000. In December of 1999, Kennywood officials attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Convention and Trade Show. It is here that they learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking to integrate the character elsewhere, at least temporarily, and Kennywood Entertainment was reportedly one of his top choices, specifically the historic Kennywood Park as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the family-friendly atmosphere, and the fact that they were picnic areas. Jim said the parks were a perfect fit for Garfield, who never met a picnic he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did ya? An agreement was made between Kennywood and Paws Inc. for a one-year licensing deal to have Garfield and Odie become the mascots of both Kennywood and Lake Compounds. This is despite the fact that Kennywood and Lake Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the Kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the Crocodile. Both parks assured fans that Garfield and Odie would stand alongside the legacy characters and would not be replacing them. This integration in the northeastern park seemed to conflict with the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America in Indiana. However, it was revealed that the developers of the Indiana park only had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially invested in the park. The developers assured the public and their investors that Garfield's integration at Kennywood and Lake Compounds would not detract from the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America. But at this point, many were convinced that the park would never be built. Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests, selling merchandise, and appearing in advertisements. The integration was successful enough that Kennywood and Paws Inc. extended their agreement, further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's Kittyland would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride opened at Kennywood, named Garfield's Pounce Bounce, a kitty bounce tower made to look like a block of cheese, covered in mice, and adorned with a Garfield statue. As Garfield continued to increase his presence at Kennywood, the park in Indiana was finally canceled. The developer had been sued by one of its contractors for lack of payment, and not long after this, it was revealed that the park owed $166,000 in back taxes. The park was soon foreclosed on, and the development company filed for bankruptcy. By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's presence in theme parks, and since he and his company already had a successful relationship with Kennywood, it only made sense to go all in on the Pennsylvania park. It was time for Garfield to get his own dark ride. It was at this point that the history of the Old Mill and the history of Garfield collided. Davis and Paws Inc. wanted a Garfield dark ride, and Kennywood wanted to retheme the Old Mill. The timing was perfect, and even better, Kennywood already had a designer in mind. Larry Kirshner, the owner of the haunted house design firm Halloween Productions, had recently installed an attraction at Kennywood, telling park management that if there ever came an opportunity to design a dark ride, Kirshner and Halloween Productions wanted in. Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark ride so bad that he would almost do it for free. When the Garfield Old Mill retheme was discussed, Kennywood reached out to Kirshner, who happily accepted the job. Kirshner's plans for the attraction included animatronics and 3D effects, and his background in haunted houses would lead him to pitch a Garfield ride with horror and comedy aspects, not dissimilar to the Old Mill's hard-headed Harold theming. However, Kirshner's plans were too ambitious. He recalled, quote, "We wanted to make it look like a billboard smashes open and there's a Frankenstein food character, and then we squirt them all with water. I wanted to do other CGI effects so it wasn't so static and so the characters were interacting with them." Obviously, big effects like this were difficult to achieve in the retheme's limited budget, but the team ran into another issue entirely. Kennywood officials explained to Kirshner and Halloween Productions that, quote, "We can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has a pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride." Pete McEnany, the general manager of Kennywood Entertainment, remembered, quote, "One of the things we had to do was not make it too spectacular because it doesn't have a high capacity. So with a small budget and an explicit directive to make the ride no better than good, the team marched forward." Kirshner imagined guests riding through the Old Mill as though they were riding through a Garfield book. The premise for the ride was that Garfield was having a nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate horror elements and retain some of the dark portions. One point of contention in the ride's history was the involvement of Jim Davis and Paws Inc. While Davis certainly wanted the ride to be built and approved it, there was a dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art, but Kirshner recalled, quote, "We did 20 or 30 drawings. He didn't do anything. I never talked to Jim Davis. The biggest thing was he or someone gave us some Garfield books and then we had to figure out which story we wanted to tell." Despite the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the old mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in the ride's 103-year-old history. How this version would be received by the public, though, was still uncertain. On May 1st, 2004, Kennywood opened for the season with a brand new attraction, Garfield's Nightmare. The retheme to the old mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the Kangaroo was also in attendance, although he could not fit into the boat with the other characters. Guests entered the attraction under the large signage, twisting around an outdoor queue with the familiar Old Mill show building intact. With a small adjustment, in the window of the mill house, a frightened Garfield could be seen inside as the shutters opened and closed. While waiting in line, riders viewed TV screens that explained the history of the ride and featured clips of Garfield. As guests entered the loading area, they were surprisingly handed 3D glasses to wear on the attraction. After riders loaded into their boat, they would take a left turn, passing a guard station revealing that the ride was covered in cameras. Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity. As guests climbed a short lift hill, they heard a mysterious booming voice.
"This is the most frightening adventure you will ever be on. Unless you have cheese. I like cheese. So give me some cheese and
enjoy your ride."
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway covered in glowing advertisements for PepsiCo products, which was unsurprisingly Kennywood's food and drink vendor. This was also the first of many blacklight scenes, and the walls were splattered with fluorescent material, which was definitely added by Halloween Productions during the refurbishment and was not the result of 103 years of bad aim. This is also where the 3D glasses came into play. Rather than being a stereoscopic 3D effect in which two images are made into one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts colors through a holographic film. This results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm colors, red, orange, and yellow, are the ones pulled forward, while blue, indigo, and violet are pushed back. This effect works best with bright primary and secondary colors, which inadvertently gave the ride a distinct color scheme. The chroma depth effect is commonly used in haunted houses, and Kirshner and his team are industry leaders in the style. A benefit of the style is that unlike stereoscopic 3D, riders could view the ride without glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice, possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character would always pop to the foreground while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap chroma depth glasses online and watch a POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real thing. After the product placement tunnel, riders encounter their first Garfield strip, which depicts Garfield falling asleep after a big meal, thus beginning his nightmare. The strips appearing in the ride were previously released Garfield strips and not created specifically for the attraction. After this, guests enter the first scene, in which Garfield's messy house begins to come alive, with the door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays overhead, repeating,
I never met an ice cream truck I didn't like.
Another strip depicted Garfield depressed that he couldn't catch the ice cream truck. In the next scene, the ice cream truck finally appears, but in a twist, the truck, driven by ice cream cones, is chasing after Garfield. Another strip depicted Garfield scaring the mailman, a running gag in the comics. The next scene shows the mailman smiling as an angry dog opens and closes its jaws. The next strip features another running gag from the comics, in which Garfield torments spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another running gag, Garfield eating a fish in a fishbowl, followed by a scene of a fish eating Garfield. The most terrifying part of the ride thus far is arguably this chair. While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running gag from the comic strip is Garfield using John's chair as a scratching post, and it appears that this chair, while not getting direct revenge on Garfield, is having a great time watching. The next scene shows Garfield's vet Liz holding a giant needle, with Garfield tied up by a rope, held by an Igor-type character. The needle would blow a puff of air onto riders. Another strip depicts Garfield attacking the pizza delivery man, and the next scene shows the pizza delivery man and evil pizza boxes attacking Garfield. The next strip and scene is a break from form. The strip depicts Garfield mentioning that he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher. On the right side of the boat, the appliances in the kitchen have come to life in menacing fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick line on the table. On the left side of the boat, a terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John and a monstrous Odie, who appears to have torn off his long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There is also a zombie hot dog monster strapped to a table wearing sunglasses. The final strip and scene shows John asking Garfield to catch mice, which Garfield refuses to do. In the comic strip, Garfield will eat just about anything besides mice. Despite this, in Garfield's nightmare, the mice still want revenge on him, cooking up a cat stew. As the ride nears its end, the characters that were tormenting Garfield moments ago are now lined up, smiling as the boat passes. Garfield's voice instructs guests that a photo op is coming up.
Oh yeah, got a photo opportunity coming up. Doesn't get any better than that.
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs guests to smile as a large camera is clearly placed so that guests may pose for the picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kinda scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction. Garfield's nightmare was drastically different than the old mill Kennywood regulars were used to, and any significant change would have its detractors. However, Garfield's nightmare almost immediately developed a cult of hatred among parkgoers, with many citing its cheap effects, product placement, and overall bizarre nature. It was too scary for many children, and too Garfield for many adults. For longtime Kennywood fans, it felt like a betrayal of the historic old mill. But in all fairness, they probably just weren't around for the 1920s version that featured Jiggs and Maggie, the Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it successfully featured many classic characters and famous scenarios from the comics, and the original art that Kirshner and his team created for the ride looked like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid gags and some terrifying imagery. But who cares what Kennywood regulars, Garfield fans, or even children think? The real demographic that matters is the one that gave the old mill its century-long reputation: young couples. In a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette report before the ride's opening, Kennywood officials assured fans that, quote, "We haven't messed with what made the old mill, which the Gazette took to mean that, quote, couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to, ahem, exchange pleasantries." This persistent mentioning in official media of the ride's reputation as a love tunnel sent me down a rabbit hole that I could not have anticipated. Full disclosure for anyone that is not aware, every amusement park ride you have ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business, whether it's at your local amusement park or at Walt Disney World. If you can be seated within arm's reach of another person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement park rides all the time, and I never mention this, because it's never notable. It's just a given. However, in all of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly, on a ride's reputation like the old mill at Kennywood. I found a newspaper article from 1934 talking about how the ride is a great spot for couples, and the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity pushed me over the edge. Not what I meant. After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it, look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides, and you don't care about the culture attached to the old mill, I'd recommend skipping to this time code. For those remaining, there was a significant amount of documentation as to how Kennywood attempted to police young lovers on the ride, but little was known on how these riders were able to accomplish some of the feats that they were boasting about. Were these legends true, or were they fiction? In the name of research, I tweeted the following: have you or someone you know ever made out or made love in the Old Mill Dark Ride at Kennywood Amusement Park? If so, please email your story to imadeloveintheoldmill@defunctland.com. I followed up this tweet clarifying that I didn't want details of the activity, I wanted to know where in the ride people jumped out. And either no one saw this reply or they didn't care, because I did receive many emails, and most of them contained graphic detailing of activities that took place in the old mill. To borrow a bit of Pittsburghese, yins are nasty. Of the 56 messages I received, only 3 were obviously fake. and the vast majority contain details far too specific to be made up, mentioning school trips or special events that I verified were accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness. Feel free to pause and read at your own pace. In the end, the email submissions did provide a few interesting insights. First, smart couples would come in packs, try to space out their boat departures as best they could from other riders, and then run their hands on either side of the boat to slow their motion, thus extending the ride and their time in the dark. Second, there are at least 2 people who claim to know someone that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's you. Third, most surprising, the Garfield overlay did not deter many people from treating the old mill as the same tunnel of love previous generations had enjoyed. In fact, the majority of my emails were about acts of passion that took place in the neon-lit tunnels of Garfield's Nightmare. Some people noted that the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance, while others admitted that they believe it added to it. Some even purposefully sought it out. Maybe ironically, maybe not. As one emailer so eloquently put it, quote, "Garfield knows all of our sins." Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep and proper maintenance that Garfield's Nightmare experienced. Within just a few years, the screens in the queue were removed, and many of the effects in the ride stopped working. The audio cues were off or missing, and the video of the mouse at the beginning sometimes wouldn't play. The neon paint started to fade, diminishing any effect the 3D glasses had. The 3D glasses themselves would often not be handed to guests, and it seemed they were eventually phased out altogether, although they would reappear infrequently. When guests were given 3D glasses, the often rambunctious riders would make a game out of throwing them onto the ride, trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects. Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed, resulting in them appearing permanently blackened. All of this somewhat added to the uneasy nature of the ride, but it really just showed the attraction's lack of upkeep. Other than this, the ride lived a quaint, quiet existence, with no major changes or updates. Year after year, Kennywood would open for the season, and Garfield's Nightmare would open with it. In 2007, a Nintendo DS platformer named Garfield's Nightmare was released. But besides the title, the game is in no way connected to the ride. In 2011, the Garfield comic strip featured Garfield, Odie, and John going to an amusement park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008, Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick. Does he look familiar? No. It's the sign. It's the Kennywood sign. You can meet the sign. Kennywood would eventually integrate Thomas the Tank Engine and the Pittsburgh Steelers into attractions at the park, and the new properties fit into Kennywood much more effortlessly than Garfield ever did. Despite Garfield and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was until 2019, when news broke that Paws Inc. was being acquired by Viacom, and the rights to Garfield would be utilized by Viacom's subsidiary, Nickelodeon. This also put Viacom in charge of the character's licensing. Viacom immediately began tightening the brand's image, and the company told Kennywood that if they wished to continue to operate Garfield's Nightmare, the licensing fee would be increased significantly. This pressured Kennywood into removing the Garfield's Nightmare theming from the old mill, and no one at the park put up much of a fight to save the ride. Garfield's Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was 16 too many. This is not to say that the attraction had no fans, as in those 16 years of operation, an entire generation of Kennywood visitors had experienced the ride as their one and only version of the old mill. In March of 2020, Kennywood's YouTube account posted a video titled The History of the Old Mill at Kennywood. The video started as a Ken Burns-style theme park documentary in a similar vein to other YouTube channels that I'm completely blanking on. However, halfway through the video, it was revealed that this was not just a retrospective of the old mill, but it was also an announcement.
We're going to be bringing back the old mill as so many of you have requested, and restoring the ride to the retro western theme.
The news was celebrated by fans who cheered, "The nightmare is over." And the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline read, "I hope they serve lasagna in heaven." During the off-season, the ride was gutted and completely rethemed. Unfortunately, all of the props from Garfield's Nightmare with a direct tie to the Garfield brand were destroyed at the demand of Viacom, in order to prevent them from being sold or ending up on the black market. To ensure compliance, Kennywood had to film employees completely destroying the Garfield props. The opening of the ride would be delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when it debuted for guests in July of 2020, when Kennywood opened for a shortened summer season, it was met with positive reviews. The familiar Old West ghost town theme was welcomed back into the historic ride. Despite the massive overhaul, the new theming utilized multiple props and effects from Garfield's Nightmare. The new Old Mill also had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill iterations. For instance, the appearance of a character named Harold, referencing Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone in a graveyard read, "G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna." The Old Mill at Kennywood is the world's oldest operating Old Mill attraction, and this is not by coincidence. Kennywood is a historic park whose employees and visitors care deeply for its history. While Garfield's Nightmare was not necessarily a beloved attraction, the retheme played an important part in extending the life of this historic ride. While some might remember Garfield's Nightmare for its neon paint and surreal visuals, like any Old Mill retheme, most Kennywood guests will remember the attraction for something else. While most of the emails I received detailed explicit and often disgusting acts of passion that took place on the Old Mill, my takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general public. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the Old Mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special environments, where some of our strongest memories are formed, whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different generations share how this one ride impacted them was surprisingly moving. To hear stories of young angst, the nerves of going on the ride with someone you had a crush on, the scariness of having your first kiss, and even missed opportunities, lost loves. For one rider who grew up in a small town, the dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, a trip on the Old Mill made them laugh and feel like they were in high school again. When the messages weren't overtly erotic, they were actually beautiful, and a good reminder of why I love talking about these parks. They are memorable and exciting places where it's as much about riding the attractions as it is who you are riding with. And sometimes the most memorable experience one can have is getting a kiss while riding a boat through a dark tunnel. And sometimes it's getting a kiss while riding a boat in front of a neon Garfield.
Down by the old mill stream, where I first met you, with your eyes of blue, dressed in gingham too. It was there I knew that you loved me true. You were 16, my village queen, by the old mill stream.
Look, I can't think of another way to say this. A lot of you were gay in the Garfield Dark Ride.
Sorry for all the designing for vids. It's alright. He makes some really good content. His energy is just not like it's a bit much for me right now. On the note of Garfield, I have a video for you guys.
In June of 2019, a new restaurant opened up in Toronto. Overnight, the building was transformed from a disused laundromat into the world's first Garfield-themed pizza restaurant, selling bright orange Garfuccinos, Big Cow lasagnas, and even Garfield-shaped pizzas and chocolate bars. The name of this restaurant was Garfield Eats, and it quickly became infamous not only in Toronto but worldwide for its bizarre marketing, poor food, and unhinged public relations. How did Garfield Eats come to be, and how did it crash and burn so hard? Well, today let's take a deep dive into the truly bizarre rabbit hole that is Garfield Eats. Before we get into things, I'd just like to give a huge thank you to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. If you've watched my videos before, you know that Skillshare is a returning sponsor, and I'm always so incredibly excited to be able to work with them. Skillshare is an opting to film between, because I had to get back into creation to house, looking to writing experts and everyone who's the link in fun and inspiring classes today. Thank you so much to Skillshare for sponsoring this video, and now let's get on with the story of Garfield Eats. Garfield Eats was a Garfield-themed food delivery network and app that originally launched in May of 2018 in Dubai. Obviously a play on Uber Eats, Garfield Eats similarly had an app where customers could order the Garf-themed food and it would be delivered straight to their doorstep. Delivery workers even rode custom Garfield scooters, boiler suit and helmet included. Not gonna lie, I would pay a high price for one of these suits. Information on its reception in Dubai is fairly scarce, but we can either assume that it did really well or the founder just had a ton of money to burn, since Garfield Eats soon went on to launch in locations like Ontario, England and Ireland. The Garfield Eats YouTube channel also posted this cursed video in 2018 featuring Jim Davis himself advertising the restaurant. It's telling that just over half the video's runtime is spent with Jim Davis just rambling on about the origins of Garfield and his childhood, completely unrelated to Garfield Eats, but he does bring up a few interesting points. Firstly, that the Garfield Eats app is entergaging, a buzzword that self-described serial entrepreneur founder Nathan Masry invented as a cross between entertaining and engaging. And secondly, and this has been pointed out by critics, the Garfield Eats packaging is advertised as eco-friendly and able to be repurposed. But that's really great. Why would people be criticizing that, you may ask? Well, it's because you're meant to repurpose these pizza boxes into tissue holders. I feel like most tissues already come in a box. Are you meant to buy loose tissues? Also, I saw a lot of people complain that once they made the tissue box, it was completely useless because it used to be a pizza box, so it was covered in oil and cheese. I know this is a really specific point, but it's just one of many small things that just don't make sense in this situation, and the rabbit hole only gets deeper from here. Garfield Eats' first and last physical storefront was opened on the 21st of June 2019, and the restaurant very quickly became a topic of contention not only among those who lived in Toronto, but among, well, everyone. When you think about it, it's a pretty strange concept. While Garfield is pretty popular online, basically as like a meme, in the real world, Garfield isn't really a super relevant IP. It's not like Marvel or Disney or something that's gonna draw in crowds by the dozens, but nevertheless, Nathan Masry banked all his money on unnaturally orange Garf-shaped pizzas and lasagnas. The outside of the storefront was painted orange with the founder's favorite Garfield catchphrase, "Love me, feed me, don't leave me." It's worth noting that this quote is incorrect, though he supposedly changed it because Jim Davis told him to never use the word never in marketing. I feel like maybe Jim Davis should have also told him to make the logo a little bit bigger on the sign. Nathan Masry puts this quote on everything, including his own original YouTube docu-series, which was, quote, inspired by Quibi. I don't think that phrase has ever been spoken before. We'll get to this docu-series later, as personally it's one of the most baffling and bizarre elements to this whole story, but for now let's get back to the restaurants. So Garfield Eats was receiving a ton of buzz online. There were photos of the guy in a Garfield fursuit that would stand outside of the store, the piles and piles of old unused merch that Disney shoved into the store in hopes of getting rid of it, and of course the unsettlingly orange cuisine. The menu included, of course, lasagna, Garfield's favorite food, pizza slathered with Garfield's special sauce, and bright orange Garfuccinos. Keep in mind they did not sell soda, which I believe is the universal accompaniment to pizza. They only sold orange juice, orange coffee, and smoothies. Frozen lasagna and coffee sounds like a recipe for indigestion. Aside from the odd menu choices, the food itself wasn't reviewed very favorably, in fact quite the opposite. So we live in Toronto and just got access to the monstrosity of Garfield Eats, so of course our friends ordered a Garfield Garita and a Garnivore. Both were utterly repulsive and smelled like death. The pizza wobbles in a way that can only be described as ominous and unsettling. Also, the Garfield Garita was a shitty cheese pizza, nothing like a margarita, and the Garnivore was just a nightmare to behold. The sauce is a horrifying baby food orange and tastes nothing of tomatoes and possibly smells worse than anything else. Our entire D&D group felt horrible afterwards, so our DM ordered real pizza and we popped Tums like candy. We did it for the meme and it was not worth it. I would read you more reviews, but reviews for the actual storefront are scarce because A, it's not around anymore, so all the Google reviews are gone, and B, even when they were up, the founder would take down negative reviews and post fake 5-star ones. He often brings up a story about how someone left a 1-star review and said to make a Bugs Bunny restaurant instead of a Garfield restaurant, and how he had to pay top dollar for an SEO agency to remove that one review. So this isn't some false defamatory claim, he's openly admitted to doing this. That same article also includes the wonderful quote, and someone else also from Bugs Bunny on Google Review. That's why I wrote an article called Google Reviews Destroy Young Entrepreneurship. Check it out on Google. Just Google the article, Google Reviews Destroy Young Entrepreneurship. In general, the food was described as cheap, bland, and disturbingly orange, though in more severe cases actively repulsive, emanating a foul odor, and even harmful for human consumption. To be fair, I don't want to over-exaggerate and say it was all bad, as plenty of people found their meals satisfactory, but overall the reception was fairly negative. Many people found the physical storefront to be strange as well, since there were no tables and chairs, and customers would have to take their meals home or to the park to eat them. It seemed for the most part that the storefront served as a dumping ground for Disney to get rid of their old unused Garfield movie merchandise, since they recently acquired rights to the company that owned the movie and probably had a warehouse full of freaky CGI Garf shirts to hawk off. But the food wasn't the only problem that customers had with Garfield Eats. Since the company started as a food delivery network, naturally it had its own app where customers could order the food to their doorsteps. Sounds simple enough, but you're forgetting that this isn't just an app, it's an engaging mobile experience. Presumably because the founder wanted Garfield Eats to be under the tech company label, the app had AR games and Garfield episodes available to play and watch while you ordered in the app, with some being locked behind a paywall. There was an in-app currency called Pause, a constant audio track which supposedly couldn't be turned down or off, and goupons. Alongside pizza and lasagna, you could also order Garfield movie box sets and comic books with your order. Also, this is a side note, but apparently someone went into the store and tried to buy the big $300 Garfield, but they turned them down and told them it was for serious collectors only. Ouch. Before we move on to the downfall of Garfield Eats, I'd just like to list off some miscellaneous oddities. In July of 2020, they issued a confusing press release where they urged failing restaurants and ghost kitchens to flip their businesses into Garfield Eats, presumably trying to expand their brand like a McDonald's chain or something. This press release also contains the bold quote, "The main revenue generator that drives the food sales are the merchandise. No other restaurant like Garfield can appeal to the customer in regard to merch, which brings the average ticket sale to $55 rather than $15 like McDonald's and other traditional fast food chains from the 50s. That time, fellow Garfield enthusiast Quentin Reviews bought the giant Garfield plush, was mailed a bag of sand instead, had a nightmarish time trying to get the plush back, and then had a press release written about him where they called him Quentin Reviewer." From Reddit user Quantum Fireball, quote, "The descriptions for the french fries include rich with half your daily vitamin C intake, magnesium, copper, and iron. 1 potato a day keeps Garfield closer today." Despite claiming everything is so healthy, they list nutritional information with fat content curiously omitted. There was a red carpet opening for the Dubai store where they introduced tech company ideas such as Garfield Eats drone delivery service. And lastly, Nathan Masry had planned to launch Garfield Eats in 200 locations by 2025. While you process all that, let's move on to the downfall of Garfield Eats. Buckle in. On Friday the 22nd of May 2020, employees found themselves physically locked out of the Garfield Eats store by the landlord, presumably over a rent dispute of some kind, almost immediately after a press release was posted to the Garfield Eats Twitter account. Immediate release. Unempathetic landlord locks our favorite cartoon-themed restaurant during COVID-19. A Canadian landlord destroys young entrepreneurship. May 20th, Garfield Eats, world's first Garfield-themed restaurant known for Garfield-shaped pizzas, big lasagnas, and Garfuccino coffee in Toronto, with a pop-up store at 995 Bloor Street West that has turned into a nightmare for the beloved cat and the young founder Nathan Masry, who is also a social media influencer in entrepreneurship with over 115,000 followers and advocate against homelessness. Garfield has entertained the world for 41 years, and a heartless landlord has shown no form of appreciation to the beloved cartoon. Naturally, the fans cried out in outrage, and after an outpouring of support and a lengthy 4-hour dispute, Garfield Eats was reopened. On the topic, Nathan Masry wrote, quote, "The only weapon I have is the Garfield fans. When I speak, the whole world listens." This kerfuffle was reported on by many news outlets, as the restaurant had become a pretty popular meme and source of entertainment for those following the drama online. However, despite all the support from the fans, it wasn't enough to save the restaurant from its tyrannical landlord. On November 12th, one of the darkest days in Canadian history, Garfield Eats issued a press release revealing that the Toronto storefront would be shutting down. Garfield Eats closed its storefront last Monday. We hate Mondays anyway, but aggressively continues with its e-commerce operations, selling merchandise and frozen Big Cow lasagnas, only which you can throw in the oven anything. Removing all other menu items and specializing in lasagna, one popular product everyone loves, so is Garfield since 1978. No landlord can take that recipe away from us. Who needs another brick and mortar anyways? No one's looking to open up, but rather work digitally and smarter. Nathan Masry also wrote on the topic, quote, "We have always paid the rent and ready to disclose bank statement and proof of transfers made to the landlord since the lockdown in March 2020, but he wanted more and more. He is simply greedy after we updated his entire filthy restaurant." Garfield fans across the internet mourned together, their favorite restaurant slash meme now nothing but a distant memory. Summing up the existence of the restaurant pretty well, Ayla Oaks wrote on Medium.com, quote, "Perhaps the biggest problem with his business model was the market segments it targeted. Though its signage and color scheme don't hint at anything more than a novelty store, the rest of its branding spreads itself far too thin. Garfield Eats is very proud of its farm-to-table ingredients, its charitable efforts, and its delivery service. If Garfield Eats wants to be a delivery business, it should focus on doing that well. If it wants to be a health food store, it should brand accordingly. If it wants to be a tourist attraction, it should place its store in the vicinity of tourists. I can't imagine there's much overlap between Garfield fanatics, health nuts, children, and Blaucourt Village locals." True to his word, however, Nathan Masry kept Garfield Eats running in app form as he had done for years prior. To this day, it's still available in a few select locations, and Strange Aeons even made a video where she tried out the Big Cow lasagna from the app, and it certainly looked... well, it certainly looked. But our fearless leader, Nathan Masry, youngest ever Garfield licensee, owner of the world's first Garfield orange suit, and creator of Garfield's special sauce, was not gonna take this lying down. He had a desire, nay, a duty to engage the public. Enter Scooby-Doo Eats. Yes, that's right. After the closure and subsequent fade into obscurity of Garfield Eats, the founder started another licensed cartoon food service, which was basically just Garfield Eats with different packaging. He had an identical suit made in Scooby-Doo colors, repackaged the same Big Cow lasagna meal, and basically kept all the branding the same. To accompany the product launch, he released a YouTube video titled The Official Scooby-Doo Eats Launch, featuring guests such as a Velma cosplayer from TikTok and cartoon reviewer Phantom Strider. I don't know. So the licensed Character Eats franchise is still alive and well, despite the fact that I don't know who in the year 2021 would spend like up to $50 on a Scooby-Doo / Garfield Eats frozen meal delivery. This all leads to one final burning, baffling, confusing, totally bizarre question. What the hell was this? Who even is the founder? Was this all real, or was this some sort of elaborate marketing stunt or psychological experiment? Well, let's talk about it. The question of whether or not Nathan Masry and Garfield Eats is satire or not is one that troubles me deeply. Revisiting that Quibi-inspired docu-series of his, it's hard to shake the feeling that his entire persona and media presence is satire, at least within this video. He openly treats his employees like complete shit, forgets their names, there's this running gag where he's all hyped up and obsessed with Garfuccinos, he goes on rants about having to pay his employees minimum wage. It all feels like an episode of The Office or something. The entire thing feels totally scripted and so unbelievably on the nose that it has to be parody, and the same thing goes for a lot of his media appearances. He says all these super outlandish and silly things, and his entire persona feels like some sort of cartoon villain, and yet there's no way this is all satire. The man really is a Garfield licensee who owns multiple locations throughout the globe, and for a short time he genuinely did manage the Garfield Eats storefront. He's been doing this for years and has never dropped the act or let the mask slip, and that's going pretty far for a satire character. I asked Quentin Reviews, who has personally spoken to Nathan on multiple occasions, whether he believed it was a parody, and he didn't think so. From what I've heard, he likely funded his businesses through his incredibly rich father's money, and while he managed to snag a licensing deal with Paws Inc., Viacom and Nickelodeon have been far less enthusiastic about the whole deal. They forbade him to open any more physical stores after the Toronto one shut down, and they apparently regularly ghost him to the point where he put out the Garfield smile masks without any permission because they never responded to his request to get them approved for sale. He's basically gone totally rogue, and for whatever reason none of the companies associated with Garfield have been able to do anything about him, possibly because of some sort of contract. The founder has also posted some really very not good QAnon-y and denial-y posts, which I won't get into, but obviously that shit is ridiculous and harmful and very not good. Please get vaccinated. It's all of these elements that make me so confused about him. Despite the fact that I think he plays up his character in some videos, I struggle to believe that this guy could play this complex satirical parody character for years, to the point where he's writing books and opening new licensed businesses in character. I think he's genuinely like this, and that confuses me most of all. How could any of the companies connected to Garfield tolerate all of this happening when in the span of just a single year he's made the brand look like a complete joke? Well, that's a question that I don't know whether we'll ever get the answer to. This topic leaves me with so many questions, so I really want to know what you guys think. Have you ever actually ordered from Garfield Eats, and if so, what was it like? Do you think that Nathan Masry is secretly secretly some marketing genius and that Garfield Eats was just an elaborate marketing stunt? Or is he a very strange man haphazardly running a poorly managed and poorly conceptualized Garfield restaurant which failed because of its rancid bright orange carnivore pizzas? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments. Before I sign off, I'll read out a poem that Nathan wrote dedicated to Viacom that he posted on his Instagram story a short while ago. Oh my Viacom, at 27, my dream started with Jim Davis. It was an orange life full of daisies. I opened Garfield Eats to take it from west to east, but my dear Viacom, you rehomed the fat cat, leaving me out in cold, with Odie and the fat cat, along with 400 licensees, not knowing what our destiny will be for our proud restaurant indeed. Oh my Viacom, our land monster made headline news, the virus left Garfield Eats with no clues. Rather than to pack our bags and move on with our rules, you can hear the fans' cries and their eyes full of tears. Jim Davis told me it will be okay. Hang in there with the cat and don't quit, okay? I said, okay Godfather, I trust you like my own father. Oh my Viacom, finally you gave me what I need today. Indeed, what an orangey blessing day. You made movies I love. You raised me up. You believe in me, like no other. Oh my Viacom, this time love me, feed me, don't leave me, and I shall make you proud worldwide. And don't forget, I am your youngest #Garfield licensee, winky face. Take care of me at youth. I'll take care of you in your golden years. Thank you guys so much for watching, I really appreciate it. This topic is one that I've been wanting to cover for a long time, obviously, Garfield fan. It was kind of inevitable, but honestly this is one of the most confusing ones I've covered. I have so many unanswered questions and this whole thing is just so strange. I can't believe it's an actual canon thing in the timeline of Garfield that happened, and I don't know what to think. Is it real? Is it fake? I don't know. That's why I want you guys to let me know what you think. Thank you so much as always to the wonderful Skillshare for sponsoring me. Thank you to you guys for watching, and I hope you have a great day, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye! Thank you so much to my Garfield overlords over on Patreon. Xavier Arajo, Tyson, Trebizond, The Furby Librarian, Sophie Skidder, Simon, SHSL Sunsun, Sheriff Whiskey, Samsung Account, Red Meth, Pom, Missy Pendragon, Kimono Myjiro, Jordan Nielsen, John Leach, Joe Bradshaw, Jesse Chisholm, Helm Hamburger Hand, Grip Gunderson, Finley, Dozo Blint, Doug, Dana Homegardner, Chicory, Charlie B, Brianna Robinson, Boysenberry Switchblade, Astrian Vortex, Arcantilus, and Agarafin. Thank you guys so much for supporting me as usual. If you want to join these guys over on Patreon, the link will be in the description. And yeah, thank you so much for the support, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye!
Oh. My bad. Alright. Oh hey, it's the video that she mentioned. Well, I'm still open to videos, but we'll play the rest of this while I wait.
I'm always under the opinion of, unless it's Rob, shielding is usually the wrong option for items. I can see why. But, you know, frame one defensive option is still good. Hi, Shadow Samurai! Been a while. Thank you. It was a good effort. But it wasn't enough. Gotta keep grinding. Hope you're doing well out there, Sam. make my shield grab so bad when I already have such a bad shield grab? He missed his bubble somehow? Alive. You had a chance to kill me. Doing great. I work in IT now, and I've been working from home for a long time. I should post a photo of the kittens in the Discord. I'd love to see some kittens. I wanted that hit. Whoa. I'm flying. Them hitting the bubble or the... That was funny. Still not fast enough though. No, I thought I got back on ledge. He's not a power-up, he's a Smash 64 boss. Alright, suddenly he's upset. As you should be.
Oh. Gex jump scare.
Come on. This has been a brutal advantage state from him. Come on! Okay, yeah, he still sees Sarah spotted. It still works! Okay, finally. Oh, he killed me for that! Let's go! It's fine to be a boss, but being an Echo Fighter that is just a power-up of an already existing character is just a waste of a roster slot. Just make it a skin. It's... if they're functionally different enough, then I think that's okay. But I may be misunderstanding the context.
I like his laugh, he's so cute.
No. Man, Rano's just got so many buttons. That still got me. Don't ask me why. Amazing video today? I'm glad you think so, Gameth. I was a little unsure about it, honestly. But I'm happy I got it done. Let's go! That was sick!
Do it again, I wasn't looking.
Let's go! Let's go! That was sick! Oh, I tried to parry it. Watch some of the video, but then I clicked on this screen. Well, either way, I'm happy to have you here. I like that so much. I'm bad, I'm bad.
He's bad. So bad.
Oh, if you didn't wave dash back, you were dead.
He's a rude dude. I still have Nightbot up as well for options. It's just not playing at the moment. I just needed some Edalus ASMR really quick.
Really, that hit me? Yeah, I don't think you're making it back from there. And I messed up and I hit the B button. I feel I need Fox, but I don't want him gone. I don't want to play him anymore. Just play someone else for fun then. You can still think that you can still play your Fox later. Just play other characters right now while you're not feeling like it. Try Rockwall. Why not? Was in front of you. Excuse me. Okay, not gonna kill him. Come on, that's so annoying. I was running away. Okay, he died.
Oh. That's alright. I'll think of something.
Oh, I do not want to lose this. Through.
I wouldn't mind listening to that Unleashed video again.
As long as you have good ice control, it just shouldn't work as much as it does.
Yes, this one.
I feel like the opportunity to talk about Sonic Unleashed has long since passed me by. It's been nearly 2 decades, and it's had several renaissance moments, to the point where I could comfortably call it slightly divisive at worst. Recently, Sonic Unleashed recompiled hit the internet, and everyone lost their minds, pouring out a huge thank you for myself for narrowly preventing me from purchasing an Xbox, by the way. Thanks for that. This wave of support genuinely shocked me. Mentally, my brain is stuck back near its release when it was aggressively ridiculed, and maybe in those days, it would have warranted a defense piece as someone who fell in love with it when it came out. Defending Unleashed doesn't make much sense anymore. I'd hazard a guess that it's more uncommon to find a truly scathing opinion about it, which is cool. Love to see the world course correcting itself. Nevertheless, I'm left with this passionate need to express why this game means so much to me, how it's shaped the way I think about video games, and why it's helped forge a lifelong connection to this children's franchise that I will never be able to escape. What a strange life I live. Sonic Unleashed means a lot to me, in a way I haven't seen anyone articulate. So, maybe it's worth howling at the moon for a while about the surprisingly poignant questions it asks about franchises and fundamental truths. In the eyes of many, the daytime levels have purpose because they most resemble what Sonic is. It's such a common opinion, you will rarely hear anyone argue against it. These are high-speed platforming levels where Sonic finally breaks the sound barrier. You fly through stages so fast that the music playing gets drowned out by the sound of you slicing through air, crashing into enemies and obstacles unlucky enough to find themselves in your path. Up to this point, the spin dash was the only tool Sonic could use to gain speed from a standstill. Otherwise, you had to use the level design to maintain your flow, curling into a ball on inclines. The adventure games had more straightforward level design and less opportunities to utilize momentum in favor of giving players access to a far more powerful spin dash. The boost is a souped-up spin dash, giving Sonic a burst of speed that doesn't fall off, provided you still have meter to spend. This mechanic debuted in Sonic Rush, a 2D Sonic which had a profound impact on the direction of this style of Sonic after the Advance games. Suddenly, levels were far faster, and maintaining momentum was much more difficult. For a franchise about speed, it seems like a logical next step to crank up the dial and see how fast you can make him run before it spirals out of control. Unleashed takes after its design philosophy with levels focused around quick reaction timing. As such, these levels are longer and narrower, with more ring trails to lightspeed dash through, walls to jump on, and dash pads to stomp down on. Maintaining a flow state in Unleashed is much more reactive. If you see a couple of boost panels below you, it would make sense to stomp down on them as part of your platforming chain, and so levels build themselves around moments like this. There are small gaps you need to quickly slide under, and split-second jumps to make that launch you onto a higher path. I've oft likened their pacing to a difficult rhythm game, as their flow states are nearly identical. It feels awful to screw something up in an Unleashed level. It instantly shatters that hypnotic trance. Sonic has always been a series about learning the levels and playing them repeatedly until you've mastered them. Going fast was obviously one of the inspirations behind the character, but it is worth noting that the original game had a speed cap, which would go on to be lifted in subsequent games. Sonic's only gotten faster and faster, at least theoretically. That makes a certain kind of sense, as this is the most obvious way to continue a series or franchise, outdoing your previous efforts. Go bigger, bolder, and quicker. Sonic Unleashed nudges against the breaking point of that philosophy, as it's noticeably harder to come to grips with than his other playstyles. I can't imagine Sonic running much faster than this without it being impossible to control, and it's likely why these levels feel more like roller coasters than jungle gyms. For my money, the boost is a brilliant addition to the series, specifically as it's used in Unleashed. Contrary to popular belief, you really shouldn't be using it all the time. In the footage you'll see here, I am boosting all the time, as I know the levels like the back of my hand. But when you're first going through them, it's not really a good idea to lay on the gas all the time. That's how you'll end up blasting past shortcuts and barreling into danger. There are interactions the boost has with other abilities that have anti-synergy. As a kid, I could never clear this wide-ass turn in Skyscraper Scamper. The drift introduced to you in Savannah Citadel is clearly what you're supposed to use to bank this turn, but without guardrails, boosting while you drift is a death sentence. For that reason, I used to maintain that Sonic Generations had a superior drift, since it had a much sharper turn angle. It's just so much easier, and most people seem to agree with that. In retrospect, I think I missed the point of the Unleashed drift. You need to force yourself to slow down at the right time, make sure you're drifting at the correct angle, and then boost out of it to continue the level. That takes a lot more consideration than in Generations, where the drift may as well be a glorified turn. When you play some of the extra levels which require the drift, you'll be forced to learn its ins and outs pretty quickly. This side act of Savannah Citadel seems to invite that growth. Perfecting this level forced me to consider the physics of drifting, that it actually makes sense to bank towards the outer edge of a curve due to the way your drifting arc will emulate its shape. Trying to drift towards the inner ring with speed will force you off the edge. In Generations, you do exactly the opposite, since the turn radius is so small that you can clear virtually anything. This difference between the two games is emblematic of their distinct design philosophies. Generations is slower, with more open 3D platforming segments, while Unleashed reserves those moments for its 2D sections, using its 3D sections to instead focus on drifting or dodging falling debris while you rocket across bodies of water. Generally, Unleashed is much more about the thrill of your speed, with levels like Cool Edge and Jungle Joyride being some of my favorites. These sections where you run across the water are an interesting spin on the water levels of the classics. In those games, being underwater felt really bad, Your movement was halted, your jumps had moon gravity, so your aim was to be out of the water for as long as possible. Levels like Aquatic Ruin even let skilled players stay out of the water, as long as they never fell from the top pathway. In Unleashed, water is yet another test for you to overcome, as you run over it. Slow down and you'll fall right through, so in these sections, making mistakes and losing your speed is deadly. Some of the side levels, which have you jumping over obstacles while running on the water, are insane. You really feel the pressure to thread the needle when a single mistake means instant death. It's such a cool way to reintroduce that philosophy in a way that fits this evolution of Sonic gameplay. Unleashed breeds tension, ensuring that every little mistake magnifies your frustration. Your boost meter's filled mostly by ring energy, and the more rings you have, the faster you run. Getting hit by anything will cut your ring count in half, slowing you down in more ways than one. Your initial boost also drains more than a continuous one, so needing to initiate another boost will bring you closer to empty. It's no wonder reviewers at the time would compare this style of play to racing games, as the way you need to control them in a 3D space is very similar. Many side acts in Unleashed have several laps to complete. You have a speedometer on the bottom left, checkpoints show you how fast you were going, they introduced a damn drift to his moveset. I think this genre was a conscious inspiration behind his increased speed. Racing is one of the only other genres I can think of where a time trial mode is expected, so it's a pretty snug fit for the type of game Sonic aims to be. S ranks in Unleashed are tight, relying both on a high ring count and time cleared. A death not only resets your point total and ring count, it also doesn't reset your timer, which is a triple whammy of punishment. To get an S rank, you essentially need to do a flawless run of the fastest pathway with very little leeway. If you were to count the amount of times I hit restart in every Sonic game, Unleashed would have the highest number by far. It's a playstyle that demands perfection, all done in an effort to make conquering that challenge feel electrifying. In no other Sonic game does an S rank feel this good to get. That translucent, shiny S flashing onto the screen while Sonic freaks the hell out. It's an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. I am not exaggerating when I say that this kind of speed had not been felt before. It's interesting how the other version of Unleashed handles this approach on inferior technology. You can't move nearly as fast, so your boost is a much more limited tool. You instead use it to gain short bursts of speed that fall off after a few seconds, replenishing the meter by action chaining. Those actions can include collecting rings, defeating enemies, or pulling off a drift. The trick is, if you take too long between actions, you'll lose your chain, and higher chains mean more boost. Levels become about learning when and where to boost. Some sections won't have much in the way of action chaining, so spamming the boost will leave you high and dry during sections where having it would let you clear much faster. Maybe it would make sense to save some of it then. You already can't boost all the time, especially in 3D, as boosting cannot be cancelled and also locks you in a straight line. Ironically, in its more limited form, boosting is much more of a commitment. They lean into this by having Sonic bonk into walls if you hit them dead on, or scrape against them if you don't quite make a sharp enough turn. Your goal then is usually to boost into dash panels, which will maintain your speed and redirect your movement. Boosting into every panel is a bad idea though, since many of them don't logically flow into the next, so you need to decide which dash panels are worth using your boost on. Multi-tiered pathways feel more like the classics in this regard, since a failure to abide by these rules will mean that you're locked out of the higher, or in this case faster, pathway. That's not something that can really happen in the same way in HD Unleashed, where finding the fastest pathway is a little less intuitive. Levels like Adabat have several sections where you can choose whether to go left or right, taking you on two separate tracks, and it's never quite clear which one is faster in the same way it is for the 2D sections. SD Unleashed is even more constricted, using its boxed-in levels to construct a more explicit high and low structure in 3D. They might appear similar on the surface, but they feel pretty distinct. I've seen a decent amount of people who prefer these more limited daytime levels because of what those limitations force you to consider, and how they might align better with classical Sonic design tendencies. I like the levels too, but I find myself coming back to HD Unleashed a lot more, which is fascinating as it is a lot more of a departure from how momentum-driven Sonic had striven to be. There's no curling into a ball on inclines to generate and maintain your speed, using that as a tool to reach higher pathways and secret areas. Now it's about avoiding obstacles at a breakneck pace. I would argue both styles of play achieve very similar things, but it's undeniable that this is a big shift in design philosophy. Unleashed in that way is not faithful to the classic titles in the way that a lot of fans would probably want. If you've been watching me for a while, you'd likely know that I don't care. I know this set of levels about as well as I know my own damn house. I've played them over and over and over and over and over again, and I will never get sick of them. As much as I have played them, I haven't even breached the upper limit of what you can do with Sonic here. Drifts, stomps, and quick steps can be chained together in order to breeze past Sonic's speed cap, used in speedruns to pull off some heinous skips. I already struggle with Unleashed, and it terrifies me a little to watch speedruns and wonder if I'm ever going to be able to perform tricks that precise. It excites me that the opportunity will always be there, though. The skill ceiling is so high that even after playing the game many times throughout my life, there is still more for me to learn in a way that I don't quite feel with some other Sonic games that are a little more traditional, which isn't to discount SD Unleashed. There's tech to learn. It's just never going to reach the out-of-control ferocity of HD Unleashed, and that's okay. I view SD Unleashed much like I do Mania. A more controlled, reasonable pace with interesting moment-to-moment decision-making. Loving HD Unleashed doesn't mean I no longer boot up Mania and play around in its expertly crafted momentum playgrounds. This ain't a zero-sum game. I can love and appreciate both styles of what Sonic can be. In my eyes, the more, the merrier, eh? Two different Sonic games for two different moods, and both get to be in my top 5. I think it's quite frankly awesome that there's another version of Unleashed, following the same story with the same music, that offers a completely different gameplay experience. Rather than pit them together and pick a victor, I'd rather simply love them both. And you can't stop me. So yeah, Daytime Sonic, pretty damn cool, no matter what console you had growing up. But hey, surely there is no excusing the Werehog, right? I may have enjoyed mech shooting and treasure hunting, but there's just no way I could enjoy the Werehog. It's the antithesis of Sonic. Yeah. So. By night, Sonic undergoes a
Damn, I can't even use my
transformation which
emotes.
robs him of his signature speed, forcing him to throw hands with his enemies and do some slower, more standard 3D platforming. Most people feel that this does not belong in Sonic, but I'm gonna leave that question at the door for a moment, and simply consider the Werehog on its own terms. Sonic has a lot of different combo strings which are meant to serve different purposes. He has some strings meant to guard break, some meant to do a lot of damage to a single opponent, multiple strings that launch enemies into the air, and several different juggling options. He can grab any enemy, provided their health is low, and swing them around for crowd control, or throw them to snipe faraway threats. There's a heft to the sound design that makes each punch, kick, and scratch feel visceral. The metal clang of the Eggman robots activates my neurons in the same way it does for Daytime Sonic. I can't help but corral them together and do the fist pound move. Maybe you're juggling an enemy with a ton of others waiting below you, so you pile drive him into the ground, doing tons of AoE damage. Alternatively, you could punch him into the ground, which will cause a blowback effect and free up some space for you to continue pummeling a few enemies. Or maybe you just belly flop onto the ground and break the enemy's guard, only to follow up with a long AoE string. The Werehog's fun to mess around with. This playthrough I decided to level up nothing except my combat skill, which unlocked all my moves. At base strength and health, this was an occasionally brutal test of my combat prowess. Enemies are surprisingly aggressive, surrounding you in packs, capable of interrupting you. You can cancel into a shield whenever you want, provided you keep an eye on what this horde of enemies will do, making brawls quite fair. The question is how efficiently you can bypass enemy groups, while still racking up enough points to get the S rank at the end. This is what I find so brilliant about the playstyle. You need to find a balance between stylish combat and speedy play. Time bonus matters a lot, as lowering it can mean a rank's worth of difference. You can't rely on speed entirely though, illustrated by levels like Rooftop Run, which can only attain A ranks even when speedrunners glitch out of bounds. Achieving long combo strings with a lot of hits will contribute bonuses to your point scoring, as well as executing low health enemies with finishers. The thing is, not every enemy is created equal. Lower tier enemies are worth less when executed. You need to pick and choose which foes you want to finish off for their bonus points, usually higher tier Dark Gaia monsters and the mini-bosses. Executions eat into your time as they're somewhat drawn out QTEs with long animations, encouraging as few of them as you can fit in. In effect, each level turns into this puzzle, where you're trying to figure out what the fastest way through any given encounter is without forfeiting those bonus points. You have a lot of tools in your toolbox meant to rack up combo points, but you also have access to your Unleashed state, which makes your attacks stronger, lets you chain combos infinitely, and also makes you immune to hit stun. There are good and bad times to let Unleashed mode rip, since you can't turn it off. You almost get a full bar worth for defeating mini-bosses, and a full room of mooks will probably keep gas in the tank depending on how quickly you mow through them. While you can't keep this state indefinitely, you can keep it running for several rooms of encounters, and it's one of the most effective ways to get that time bonus as high as possible. It isn't enough to mindlessly spam your way through hordes of mooks. Some rooms are not mandatory, so you'll need to decide whether certain enemies are worth defeating. Will higher value targets make up the loss of time spent defeating them? It's true that games like Devil May Cry 5 have a lot more going on, and a lot more to learn. Stylish play in that game goes well beyond what Unleashed can offer, but one of the cool things about the Werehog's kit is that it isn't exclusively used for combat. Many of these levels have segments focused around platforming. This is some Crash Bandicoot type shit, do-or-die sections above bottomless pits. Skyscraper Scamper and several side acts are mostly platforming of this variety, and they're really cool. Your aerial attacks give you a lot of height and distance, which can be used to get Sonic across gaps he shouldn't be able to clear normally. He also has a mid-air drill attack, which not only gives him a lot of grounded distance, increasing his general speed, but can be used strategically on higher platforms for a ridiculous amount of distance. Skyscraper Scamper is one of my favorite levels due to sections like these, with tight ropes to walk across. You're introduced to this in Windmill Isle with guardrails, a lot like the drift segments in Savannah Citadel Day. Isn't that curious? It's easier to cross these tight ropes since they let you grab onto them when you fall. Pro gamers watching know that your mid-air grab can be cancelled with a jump, maintaining your momentum and rocketing you into the air like a slingshot. Rather than walk across these beams then, it's faster to launch your way through them like an acrobat. In Skyscraper Scamper you have no such luxury. And they are narrow beams, meaning your window to jump onto them is tight. You could slowly walk across the beam if you're a coward, or you could try to fly your way through them with the mid-air punch attack and shave off a full minute from your overall level time. The tension is real, since like Daytime Sonic, a single death will reset all of your points. It's harder than it looks, trust me. This is an element that's so fun to mess around with that its absence punches a hole straight through the SD version of the playstyle. It controls almost identically with a dash, double jump, and the ability to cling onto poles and ledges. Only problem is, there's no way to cancel out of these actions, so whenever you find yourself in a climbing section, the level screeches to a halt as you slowly clumber your way through. Is that a word? Clumber? Well, Googling the word clumber brought up the dog breed Clumber Spaniel. So no, I don't think clumber is the word that I'm thinking of here. One of my favorite sections in HD Unleashed is the Clock Tower of Rooftop Run. It's a giant jungle gym that you can shred your way through, skipping whole segments by slingshotting yourself. It's a wonderful set piece, both day and night, showing how both versions of Sonic navigate this obstacle with their unique abilities. A section like this could not exist in SD Unleashed, or your time spent in it would be tripled. Daytime Sonic was an instance where it was able to use its more limited hardware and Wii Remote control scheme to its advantage. The Werehog here feels wholly limited by it, with less fluid platforming and combat opportunities. There are less combo strings to work with, and they're each controlled using the L and R buttons to alternate between your left and right fists. This was done in order to allow you to punch using motion controls with the Wiimote and Nunchuck. That has its own funny novelty. And there's actually a little more depth to it than you might imagine, where alternating between the punches in certain orders will produce different strings. You can still launch enemies into the air, you just can't really do much to them while they're up there, since your aerial combat options are practically non-existent. Occasionally, I'd end up throwing out moves I never intended to, getting lost in how many punches I had thrown out and which hand I'd started with. Getting a running start is done by tapping the control stick twice in the same direction. It works for Kirby. Here is very unintuitive and makes dash attacks a lot less fun, as well as complicating general platforming. The Werehog is one of the slippiest bastards I've ever had the pleasure of controlling. Kind of an unfortunate translation, even if the attacks still have satisfying sound design and I enjoy exploring them for red capsules. Really makes me appreciate the sense of flow the HD levels have and how short they can be when you master them. None of these levels exceed 6 or 7 minutes when you're ripping through them, and in fact, several of them can be cleared in 3 or 4 minutes, like Daytime Sonic. See, there's this idea that the Werehog levels are super long. On your first playthrough, this is probably true. You won't have access to all your combos, your strength and health will be low, and deaths are much more likely to occur. You'll be combing the level for Sun and Moon medals, if you even know you're going to need them, and you won't know a few of the shortcuts yet. Again, since deaths don't reset the timer, that can balloon your time spent in a level. When you know what you're doing, though, the max amount of time you'll spend in a level is maybe 8 minutes, specifically in Cool Edge for whatever reason, and that's not even true for shorter levels like Jungle Joyride or Dragon Road. Here are my S-rank times for the various levels, which aren't even fully optimized yet and don't make use of glitches. I suppose if you consider jumping onto this fence in arid sands glitching through the game instead of pushing the block over, then yeah, I am kinda guilty of doing that. You can skip all but the first block pushing puzzle in Savannah Citadel, through both intended and maybe unintended means, shaving a ton of time off your run. Some of these launch skips are just high enough with coded collision that I really do wonder whether the devs knew about how much height and distance you could get, and just rolled with the knowledge that you could probably bypass lower sections like this. Unleashed mode, allowing you to chain combos, can lead to stuff like this, where you infinite chain your way past this whole bit in Empire City, meaning the Werehog has its own bag of tricks for speedrunning. This is still a Sonic game at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how polished you attempt to make the experience. A game with this much speed and this many tools, which are built to be played a million times, will have holes in them that players will exploit, intended or otherwise. There are little bits of level design that convince me this was the development philosophy anyway. At the end of Dragon Road, there's a horde of enemies hanging out on some shallow water. Earlier in the level, you throw an electric enemy at some dark Gaia plants and instantly kill them as they're close to the water. And here, there's a hidden section off to the left with another electric enemy, which kills everything in one fell swoop. These kinds of shortcuts wouldn't exist if you weren't being encouraged to beat these levels as quickly as possible. I guess the question is, does this speedy mentality mean that it is Sonic the Hedgehog? What are the essential elements of Sonic anyway? Is it about momentum, speedrunning, platforming? I approach the Werehog levels with the same sick fervor that I do the daytime levels. This style of play rewards tricky jumps and shortcuts, as well as strategic use of your combos to deal with enemies as efficiently as possible. On the surface, these two styles of play couldn't be more different, but in practice, they're far more alike than you could ever imagine. That contrast between two supposed extremes is where Unleashed thrives. Both of these styles forsake the franchise's roots in completely different directions. One could be considered an evolution, and another a devolution. It's almost like they were built to be at odds with each other. Sonic Unleashed is a game where you travel the planet, putting its fractured pieces back together and solving people's woes along the way. These problems often seem mundane. In Spagonia, you deal in matters of love, both romantic and familial. In Shamar, you help a father realize that his son wants to pursue a career as a musician, rather than a carpenter. You follow him to Empire City, where you help make his dream into a reality. The American dream, am I right? Ah, man. It's bad here. Along the way, you run into vendors, which each sell foods native to the region. You can feed them to Chip, and he'll have all sorts of stuff to say about them. Through doing side stuff like this, you'll unlock little cutscenes of Sonic and Chip hanging out, battling for the last dumpling, or trying to bite into a frozen piece of chocolate. There's actually a lot of optional stuff here that I guarantee a majority of people who played Unleashed have never engaged with. I sure as hell didn't do this stuff when I was a kid. I was far too impatient for that. As such, I ran into a problem that most people share. I never had enough Sun and Moon medals to unlock the last few required levels. This is an almost universal complaint about Sonic Unleashed, that you're forced to go back into these levels and collect medals to progress. You need quite a few of them to beat the game, which can require a lot of busy work, combing through the levels for them. It's one of the reasons people prefer the other version of Unleashed, since medals are optional collectibles you receive for getting S ranks, opening up fun little platforming segments in the Gaia gates. It would probably have been more fun for me if S ranking those games was even a little harder than it is. As someone who likes to explore and collect stuff in video games, blame these games. I've never really cared all that much. These medals are pretty well hidden and fun to find, like the red rings of future games. Even with that mindset, I would still run into the Adabat problem and need to go back for a few more medals. It's a fairly steep requirement. And that was because I had never engaged with anything other than the core levels. On this playthrough, I decided to talk to people, help them out with their problems, and was surprised to find that they had mini challenge levels that gave you medals. There were a ton of side acts I hadn't discovered before in these surprisingly large Gaia Gate hubs, which had a bunch more medals to collect. Suddenly it was like I had uncovered a whole new game hiding underneath the surface, and the reason I'd never discovered it before was because I was too focused on the core gameplay. What happened then when I engaged with all this stuff? When I checked out those side acts, when I helped out the townsfolk, when I just let myself stop and smell the roses? Turns out I had more than enough Sun and Moon medals. In this, Sonic Unleashed is suggesting something. The planet's broken, it's in pieces, and you need to restore it. That is not achieved solely by running through the main levels and delivering all the Chaos Emeralds. It's done by appreciating the world in which you're trying to save. It's a philosophy that seemingly runs counter to the main levels, where you're supposed to race through them. You see what the game's doing then, don't you? Sonic is the yin, and the Werehog is the yang. You need both approaches to save the world. Sonic started life with a duality of his own, a clear nature versus machine conflict. Green Hill Zone is your first view into this world, lush waterfalls and plant life, beset by the occasional badnik. You transition from the tranquil beauty of South Island into the manifestation of what Eggman will do to it if you don't stop him. Your reward for collecting all the Chaos Emeralds is to plant a bunch of flowers next to the animals you rescue from the badniks. Eventually, those emeralds would transform Sonic into a powered-up state, which he would use to protect the planet. Sonic's an eco-warrior. You could think of him as the planet's protector, fighting against the mecha apocalypse that is Eggman. As the series progressed, the environmental angle slowly fell by the wayside. Animals stopped popping out of badniks, instead focusing on the philosophical contrast between the two nemeses, the free spirit versus the authoritarian ruler. What I love about the road trip structure of Unleashed is that it once again emphasizes Sonic's love of the planet. Though it may be splintered, Sonic still delights in being able to travel the world and see its sights while he does the repair job. Through this world adventure, we get to know the planet he aims to protect. We get to see its beauty in the levels we race through. We relax in the Greek-inspired country of Apatos, surrounded by white and blue. We sprint across the red tile rooftops of the French and Italian-inspired Spagonia. We chill in the glacial peaks and clear blue sea of the Antarctic-inspired Holoska. The countries chosen to be represented in Unleashed are lovingly depicted, and the levels that take place in them are some of the most memorable vistas in the series. While Sonic did start out in more imaginative zones like Green Hill and Spring Yard, it is also a series which has constantly referenced and sought to emulate our real world. Casino Night is a more dramatized adaptation of Las Vegas, with its neon signs and skyscrapers, just as Chemical Plant and Oil Ocean are reminiscent of industrial plants and oil rigs. Sonic 3 went a step further with zones like Ice Cap and Sandopolis more or less representing our real world before the adventure games cemented that vision. Even then, they still snuck in levels like Lost World and Pumpkin Hill. Unleashed is the apex of this verisimilitude, while taking creative liberties with the humans inhabiting these countries. This trajectory makes a certain kind of sense, since Sonic was once Sega's foremost mascot, and they used him as a benchmark to market their powerful hardware. Part of the reason Sonic kept getting faster is because they wanted to use blast processing to battle Nintendo in the games market. In some ways, the evolution of his games has been tied to the technology he existed on. When it came time to develop in 3D, using this power to make lifelike areas for the Dreamcast was a pretty natural next step. It's a shame it didn't quite work out for them in the way they hoped it would, but it certainly left a legacy and direction for Sonic to loosely follow. And hey, I think it paid off tenfold here. I mean, just do something a little out there. And maybe while you're in the daytime levels, try slowing down a bit, wander around, take some pathways you wouldn't normally take, breathe in the scenic route, soak in the incredible music for a while. It's impressive how much detail has been poured into levels that you're meant to blaze through at breakneck speeds. Just as you can and should try to speedrun the Werehog levels after you engage with their slower, more methodical approach, you should learn to do the inverse with the daytime levels. Go out of your way to find some of those medals. They'll teach you things about these levels you'll never have noticed before. Let me ask you something. What fundamentally separates Sonic and the Werehog? This might register to you as an obvious question with an obvious answer. One of them's slow and the other's fast. Yeah? In a very literal sense, that is true. The Werehog cannot travel as quickly as Sonic can, and needs to find other ways through levels as a result. The idea is treated as a cardinal sin. Sonic's built on his speed. You can't make a game where he doesn't run fast. Look how that turned out for Sonic Labyrinth. Has anyone actually played Sonic Labyrinth? I've never been able to see Unleashed this way. I have always seen the Werehog as an immovable piece to this puzzle, and so I don't like talking about them as if they both exist in a vacuum. Sonic Unleashed is deliberately designed in such a way that you shoot back and forth between them, highlighting the ways in which they contrast each other, and what that might say about the duality of light and dark. Sonic's transformation into the Werehog is brought about by Dark Gaia's energy. It takes hold at night, which is the only time Dark Gaia's influence over the planet can be felt. The night is where the unknown breathes, and where anxieties take root. In Robert Louis Stevenson's horror classic, The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, we encounter a very similar situation. Dr. Jekyll uses a potion to turn into Mr. Hyde, committing heinous acts during the dead of night. At first, these entities are viewed as distinct by Dr. Jekyll's associates. until it becomes clear at the end of the story that Jekyll and Hyde are one and the same. Hyde was a part that no one, not even himself, was ever able or willing to see. He buried that aspect of himself deep down in order to win the favor of Victorian London's upper class. Conformity was a natural state of being, so this story was extremely shocking when it released. And like all good art, Mr. Hyde represents a lot of different things to a lot of different people. If there ever was a franchise to be ridiculed for its earnestness and encouraged to repress the more daring aspects of its identity, it would be Sonic the Hedgehog. We've seen what happens when Shadow the Hedgehog uses a gun, when Sonic wields a sword, and when he transforms into a wolf. That stuff simply isn't allowed. And hey, even I might take part in a good-natured ribbing. Shadow the Hedgehog is as funny as it can be surprisingly touching, yet a lot of critics at the time didn't find much more in the werehog other than cacophonous laughter and a cynical dismissal. Ironically, the werehog is a transformation that Sonic doesn't really seem to mind all that much. There's a small scene where Amy doesn't recognize him that bums him out a little bit, but for the most part, Sonic is entirely unbothered by a forced transformation that robs him of his speed. Sonic, a character that personifies the wind, still manages to put on a brave face when he can no longer command it. What does that say about him? What does that say about us? Maybe we heap too many of our own expectations onto franchises like this. One could ask, where are all of Sonic's friends? Unleashed includes Tails and Amy in minor roles, but for the most part, it is about Sonic. You would imagine characters like Shadow caring a bit about the planet being broken into pieces, but he never shows up, nor does Gun, even though they seem to have an express interest in protecting the planet. This story simply is not concerned with those characters, and for fans like myself who grew up playing the previous 3D games, it was a bit of a jarring change of pace. I'm sure this was also the case for one Ian Flynn, who decided to adapt Unleashed into the Archie comics as the first arc of their rebooted continuity, and in so doing, attempt to answer these questions. This piece of Unleashed has a lot of baggage, given its 250-some issues into a comic with a pre-established menagerie of characters who share the spotlight with the ones we know and love from the games. In that way, it also feels pretty disconnected from the mainline video games, using their general plot beats as a roadmap, while exploring the themes and ideas that its version of the world is interested in pursuing. A lot more space has to be dedicated to characters like Amy, Knuckles, the Freedom Fighters, Eggman, his generals, the Hooligans, Espio, Cream, Gemerl, and Mighty, to name a few. It's juggling so many characters that they have to keep Shadow out of the main comic and put his stories in Sonic Universe so they have room to breathe alongside everyone else. As such, it can often make the story beats from the game feel like an afterthought. We still travel the world and collect keys to open Gaia gates, but Chip feels like more of a secondary character, introduced halfway into the overarching story and only getting a few arcs with Sonic before his sacrifice. I had the most fun reading the loose adaptation of Sonic the Fighters that happens here for some reason, a chaotic melting pot of Sonic characters all fighting to share the spotlight. Want to thank it real quick for introducing me to Breezy, one of my new favorite Sonic characters. She has the duplicitous charm of Rouge, which she uses to stand toe-to-toe with Eggman. She's running a tournament for a Chaos Emerald, which she uses for her own material gain, even while the world's been split in half. No matter who she's talking to, it's like she somehow has the upper hand, and you never really know what she's planning. It was fun to watch her evolution from Eggman crony to capitalist entrepreneur, and it also breathes some life into Casino Park from Sonic Heroes, where this story takes place. Ian Flynn has this wonderful ability to pull in so many elements of the games and make them work together. I'm not going to be able to play Sonic Heroes in quite the same way now, because I'm always going to be thinking of this fun story arc. He even pulls elements exclusively from the SD version of Unleashed, where the townsfolk are set up to be guardians of the Gaia temples, fleshing out some of their stories. You can tell he loves these games. That passion is pouring out of the pages. I don't know that this story fares quite as well when it's exploring Sonic as a character and how the Werehog transforms him. In the comic, he accidentally inhales some Dark Gaia research and is constantly battling against the emerging demon inside, reassuring everyone that everything's fine in the meanwhile. There's this wonderful build-up with several situations where stress and anxiety overwhelm him as he teeters on the edge of losing his cool. When it finally does happen, it's fitting that Mighty's the one to battle him and try to snap him back to his senses, as he recently went through a battle against his own worst impulses. Sonic's Werehog transformation amplifies what's inside him, as explained by Sally. Sonic is someone who will always do what he thinks is right, and when his perception of the world is warped, and he interprets everything everyone says in bad faith, it causes him to lash out because he no longer knows what the right answer is. It's a fairly relatable struggle as someone who similarly battles against a feeling of helplessness and lack of control over my own anxieties, and I was excited to see where this storyline was going to go. Unfortunately, Sonic receives off-screen therapy and pretty much instantly becomes okay with the Werehog transformation, making this whole storyline feel like a strange formality so that Sonic could uncritically turn into the Werehog and smack some badniks. From then on, it turns into a series of battles for the Gaia Keys, with a few moments of drama for the Freedom Fighters until the final battle happens, where we get several issues of characters fighting, with Sonic and Chip beating up Dark Gaia. There's a concerted effort to make sure every character has something to do, but it's hard to connect with the conflict when it doesn't feel like there's much of a thematic thread to follow. Perhaps then it was for the best that we reduce our cast, putting the spotlight on Sonic and Chip. After all, this is a story about Sonic and his relationship to the planet. Chip is Light Gaia, a manifestation of the planet who battles against Dark Gaia in a cycle of death and rebirth. Sonic helps this little dude recover his memories, seeing the world and everything that makes it beautiful along the way. Sonic, then, is healing the planet in more than a physical sense. He's hanging out with it, showing it what it means to feel, what it means to live. Is there room in that kind of story for Knuckles or Shadow? Should they be included in this story for the sake of consistency within some kind of continuity? Should we make references to areas like Station Square or Green Hill Zone just to make sure everyone knows that these countries exist in the same world? Or perhaps we just ignore all of that and let the game tell its story, regardless of our preconceived expectations. Eggman Land is my favorite level in any Sonic game. It is wonderfully unforgiving, indulgently long, and brings together two seemingly disparate playstyles for the home stretch. Eggman Land is the culmination of everything Eggman as a character has been building up to. In much the same way you can view Scrap Brain Zone as what he will eventually turn South Island into, you can view Eggman Land as what he wants to turn the planet into. A series of death traps under the guise of an amusement park, coated in crimson under a barrier of pollution that blots out the sky. There are carousels of fire and roller coasters that careen off the tracks. Eggman's face is plastered everywhere. You cannot escape his megalomaniacal influence. In a game of contrasts, this is an ugly manifestation of how Eggman views this world. Cold, soulless, and terrifying. In order to combat its challenges, Sonic needs to channel this harmony you've built inside him as a player, switching back and forth between his forms. It's an uncompromising challenge for both styles of play and the ultimate test of the different skills you've developed. This level stares you in the face and shows you that these two styles of play aren't actually so different after all. Neither of them are inherently superior. You carry this energy straight to the fight with the Egg Dragoon, right after finishing the level with the Werehog. It's like the level itself hasn't even ended yet. Eggman Land is simply the prologue to the finale. The Egg Dragoon's a visually spectacular fight, where you clash with Eggman while you both plummet towards the center of the Earth. Chip uses the Gaia Temples to form a giant Colossus, which takes on the boost, punch, and guard mechanics of the two playstyles, fusing them into one while Daytime Sonic runs through the Colossus's arms as if they were their own levels, in an attempt to reach Dark Gaia's eyes. This ends with a supersonic fight to defeat Dark Gaia. set to an orchestral redux of the game's main theme, endless possibility. It's one of those finales that has to be played to be understood. There are simply no words I can use to do this section justice, just as there are no words I can place to explain why this opening animation never fails to give me goosebumps, and why I still get a tad misty-eyed when Chip seals Dark Gaia away to begin the cycle anew. One of the reasons these moments work so well for me is that they do not exist in a vacuum. This opening cutscene spells out a type of game which goes against what you'd typically expect. Starting out with a supersonic battle you would usually see at the end of a Sonic game before pulling out the rug from under you and have an Eggman win, forcing a hideous transformation onto Sonic that robs him of his signature speed. You then get to grips with this power as Sonic uses it to his advantage, surrounded by characters who give in to Dark Gaia's energies, amplifying their negative emotions. Sonic, afflicted with the same curse, doesn't let it stop him from helping those around him. You help people around the world, lifting their spirits while you see the sights. It's a journey of ups and downs, thrills and chills, culminating in a finale where all emotions are felt at once. Excitement, tension, doubt, triumph, sadness, and acceptance. I don't think it's a coincidence that you're not given much time to dwell on Chip's sacrifice. Sonic picks up his ring and starts running again, off to his next journey. Of course, it's sad that Chip is gone, but he was the catalyst for an amazing adventure. It's only natural to feel sad when he's gone, but you can't let those feelings consume you like Dark Gaia almost did to the planet. You gotta keep moving, day by day, step by step. That sentiment is more and more relatable by the day. To me, that's more Sonic than anything else. A game that tries to be new and different, rolling with the consequences of those radical decisions, and maybe using those to its advantage for an unforgettable playthrough. It's a series that has no ceiling, that can do and be anything. And I know that's a sentiment not everyone agrees with. I know there are tons of Sonic fans who want him to be a certain way. They want a 3D Sonic that's more closely aligned with a classic vision. Or they want playable characters who play just like him with their own little gimmicks. They have a goal in mind for him. But my desires have always been rather nebulous on that point. I can't help but think back to that original game again. I've referenced it a lot throughout this video. That's partly because Unleashed reminds me so much of it. This argument about the Werehog's place in Sonic, whether or not it fits, brings to mind my own complicated relationship with slower zones like Marble and Labyrinth. It's easy to forget, but Sonic set a foundation that wasn't exclusively about speed or momentum or anything people attribute to him these days. It's hard to look at it without the baggage of years of games iterating upon it. That might be the reason I've always struggled to fully enjoy it. Those preconceived notions about what Sonic should be, and how those slower zones don't quite fit. Which is a hell of a thing to claim about the first Sonic game. I went back to that original while writing this video, and it struck me that maybe these zones had a purpose? I kind of appreciate how Labyrinth Zone was a way to twist expectations and introduce a force that not even Sonic can blitz his way through. It's a fun way to introduce the Hedgehog's fatal weakness, a level that sticks in your brain and gets you thinking about it. Is that such a bad thing? To not sand away these rough edges, continually pushing the games toward this pure, refined ideal? That's a genuine question, by the way. I don't really know if there is a truth to that question. What I do know is, if Sonic could only ever be one thing, we wouldn't have Unleashed. Worse yet, we wouldn't have separate versions of Unleashed, each doing their own thing. Sonic Unleashed is about duality, light and dark, polar opposites. It's natural to feel friction here, and I get why so many people wouldn't like that friction. For me, though, Sonic will always be partly defined by that friction. I love it. I can't get enough of it. I adore when Sonic is wacky. I love when he picks up a sword, I cheer when Shadow grabs his gun, and I smile when Sonic transforms into the Werehog. I'll be the first person to ask them to do another wild shakeup like the Werehog, even if no one will agree with me. That's alright. This one's for me. In my eyes, Sonic works best when he has no limitations. It fits his character and fuels his enduring spirit. He embodies the dream of endless possibilities. If you, like me, think far too much about the thematic coherence of Sonic the Hedgehog and the power of his video games, you might be interested in another video I made. I created my own pitch for a Sonic Generations I would make if I had the power to, and I am pretty proud of the idea. I think it's really cool. Here's a snippet. The next level Sonic finds himself in is Prison Island from Shadow the Hedgehog. Now, I know this will be a strange pick, but hear me out. If you like what you hear, I have several other videos talking about games like Pokerogue, TCG Pocket and Gambling, Astrobot and PlayStation's Legacy, and the tragic irony of Hi-Fi Rush. I will continue to make additional videos like this as the creative part of my brain begins to leak. I can't keep all this stuff in my head. You can go watch those over on Nebula. I think if you're into the stuff I'm writing here on YouTube, this will be right up your alley. Nebula allows for me to create fun ideas like this, which wouldn't make as much sense here on the channel. Nebula also has a separate brand of original content called Originals, which can include audio dramas and documentaries. However, it also includes new Lindsay Ellis videos, if you've been missing some of her incredible stuff. Recently I watched her video on the Lord of the Rings movie adaptation, which is a fascinating look into how the movies actually made a ton of changes from the book, and how those changes made sense and contributed to a better adaptation. It's a really fun deep dive into the movies, I highly recommend it, and it's only a drop in the bucket compared to how many other fun originals there are. I swear I find something new to watch all the time. Other creators like Jacob Geller are also part of Nebula. He recently made an exclusive video as part of the Nebula Plus brand of exclusive content, in which he discusses how he creates his video essays. There's a ton of great advice in here, much of which I have followed myself for the nearly 10 years that I've been writing videos. It's invaluable advice from one of the best essayists on the platform, so you should definitely go check it out if you're interested in making videos like this yourself. You can watch this and those other videos I mentioned exclusively over on Nebula. That's why I'm proud to be a part of Nebula, a streaming service delivering exciting new artistic works. If you're looking to check out what the site has to offer, you can use my link below to check out my channel, which will have every video I release on YouTube, as well as my exclusive videos like my aforementioned video on the ideal pitch for Sonic Generations. Using my link, you'll get 40% off a yearly plan, which shakes out to $36 a year or $3 a month. You could also choose a monthly plan at $6 a month, or go for a lifetime plan for $300. All of this using my link below. New paid subscribers also receive guest passes to give out to others, so if you end up loving it, you can invite friends and family to check it out free of charge. No credit card information required. And for those of you that want to share everything Nebula has to offer with your family and friends, Nebula is now offering annual gift cards. Use the link gift.nebula.tv/KingK to give a year of Nebula to a friend for just $36. I think you'll all really enjoy what Nebula has to offer if you give it an honest chance. It's a bright beacon of creative hope in an increasingly dark and stormy independent creator landscape. So go check it out now at nebula.tv/KingK, and I'll see you there.
Oh, jeez. I forgot to close Messenger out. That scared me. That's cute. Oh, I see what you did with the hat. It's the lesbian colors. It's really cute. Yeah, I thought the other day, I think it'd be cute to make more pride icons for my Twitch. I've gone back and forth between Sid being bi and Sid being pan. I figure he doesn't really care about the gender, so he falls more into pan. And we already have Spurk anyway. For the bi icon. Though I guess now canonically he's more like he's on the ace spectrum. And I was also thinking about this the other day with Krail too, that like he might also be on the ace spectrum a little bit. But I don't know. Just I have a lot of bi characters. I guess I'll like get to the flat color part of this and call it. Let's play more bear until then.
I couldn't tech. Why does Edalus have Bowser Bomb that freezes people? He needs it.
He needs it! He needs it!
Gotten a lot worse off that. A little ambitious.
What is this? It's just some guy who uploaded his full stream of playing Edalus in ranked. He starts out practicing in arcade mode, and it was nice for me to learn that not even sweaty players can beat arcade on hard mode, it seems. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks that's complete bullshit. But I've just been watching a lot of Edalus content lately, see if I can learn anything. And I'm happy to find that there seems to be more Edalus content than there is Marvin content. So it's been helping me try and pick up things, but ultimately I can't play this game until I get the movement speed down. Because that's the main thing that's holding me back.
What?
Oh, but I have some Edalus compilation videos that I can share with you. Actually, you know what? Let me pull one up for you. See if I can find it. I forget the guy's username. It wasn't Cyan. Who was it? Started with a D. Hold on. I'll figure it out. Maybe I can search my history for it. Oh god, okay. No, I can't. It's not in here. Damn it! What was that video? Actually, wait. Maybe if I type this, I'll find him. Yeah, okay, it was Toma. It was Toma. I found him. Okay, let's see. Yeah, alright, we're back. Jesus Christ, jump scare.
Am I glad he's frozen in there and that we're out here and that he's the sheriff and that we're frozen out here and that we're in there and I just remembered we're out here. What I want to know is where's the caveman?
Lobby's open. I didn't get an invite.
We're here.
You're a big boy. You can
Join through Steam, little wussy little baby boy. Little wussy little baby boy.
If you don't send me an invite, I don't know it's ready.
Don't tell me I'm gonna be the only one out again because it changed away from the chalkboard.
No. No way Joe has it.
I'm contractually obligated to have this one. I did the
Oh
Loxodon
yeah,
tutorial.
yeah.
Shout out to the Loxodon tutorial.
Holy shit, is that the Loxodon tutorial in the top right corner of the video?
Is that the Loxodon tutorial where I say Loxodon is a heavyweight bruiser with a large
That is what he said. That's in the script.
No way.
in the script. It would have been a lot funnier if you just said Lox Tua and then ended the video.
Oh my god.
Lox Tua.
Oh my fucking god, why did I even show up today?
Yo, dude, it's the Toma Crag. Holy shit.
People keep saying it looks like me, I don't...
It does look like you.
Last I checked, I don't own a top hat.
No, it's a beard.
Soup is going fucking primal over here. Soup, you good? I stole Stoop's sock. I didn't kill him, I stole his stock.
It's my favorite stock. And you took it from me, Joe. You took it from me.
I told Demi this, but like she was like, "Yo, what if Edalus like down throw put the opponent into ice?" I said I don't want that to happen because Tomo would hit me with that cackle, and then I would like literally sit there for 20 minutes contemplating my life.
That's the thing. It's not just you. I cackle at everyone I hit with some.
Oh yeah, I know, but it hurts the most when it's from you.
I'll take the compliment. I don't know. That's more insult coded than it is comp coded. What? What? It has a hitbox. Holy shit.
Oh my god, this just opened the door to so many possibilities.
That hits! Of course. Claren, in the future, all tippers will be randomly generated. Randomly generated? Get up here! Imagine feeling like you're safe on the
That was for you.
And then Edalus just slides across the stage to grab you.
Edalus pulls up, yeah, you look at him go.
Oh, that's disgusting!
There's nothing I can do there.
No!
Oh no.
Yeah, I missed attack.
Nope.
He's edging it.
I got one!
I'm trying to save you with my outside!
That was crazy.
That's so dumb.
What even happened there?
Come here.
Yeah?
Go, Tom. Win.
This is some divine intervention.
This feels like he can win.
Up special, off stage. Up special.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Jesus! Oh! He's so mean.
Ew!
You see what I mean when I'm like, he cackles and then I like think about my life for about 20 minutes? This is what I mean.
Oh.
I'm not gonna really take credit for that one.
Mr. Cool, I don't feel so good. Mr. Cool, I don't feel so good. Crag just starts dissipating. Turns into rock shards.
Oh my god.
I'm putting you out of your misery.
You know, Tom, you can get your stocks back with one neat little trick.
No, I'm better than that. Once the genie comes out of the bottle, you can't
I'm
put
not.
it back in. God damn it!
Get a load of this guy.
I'm better than that. I want you to pause, scroll down to restart.
He activated King Crimson. King Crimson! What you played just now, what you clipped just now, was a set in the future. This is the ability of my stand, King Crimson. Run that back. Hey you, have you ever purchased everything from the Rivals V2 store like me? Oh god damn it. If you have, I really can't help you. But if you haven't, I have a way to help you pump your money into your favorite game. At the top of your screen in-game, you can enter a creator code. And with the creator code TOMASTRIMS, you get a 5% kickback on all Aetherbucks and all bundles purchased. The game resets your code choice every 14 days, so be sure to reapply it before your next checkout. Now you can feel better about buying that fleet skin you'll never use, since it goes to supporting a creator and a game you enjoy. Yes! Oh no. Come, my brother! We are creatures of the night!
Oh no. Tom.
Thank you, Super.
No!
That killed?
Oh! Oh. You fucking monster! You took my stock! You think you've won this engagement? You're on fire now.
Therefore, I win.
Of course I'm on fire. I'm sick with it. Read the name!
Yeah, that is Joe Cool.
No! I was mashing my controls so hard I paused for a second and dropped the combo! I tried to shield grab the down air. My bad, original gangster.
My brother in Crisis,
so good.
Thunderbird, he has free shield pressure.
Yeah.
They, them, in Lord Above. I did not fucking know that. What is a rival? It's nicotine addiction, brother. Sorry, I've been smoking that dark purple Tempest Peak pack, brother. I don't think you understand, brother. It's loud, it's devious, and it's purple.
It's purple.
Where does the purple come in? They said, and I quote, "You should be using the nicotine patch," and I said that is too weak.
Nicotine patch? It's not scheduled till December.
Right.
I wonder what buffs there are this season. Get off my fucking stage.
I mean, I have tears in my eyes.
Pass me the doobie.
Brother, you need to try this.
Holy shit.
Oh wait, a fellow Crag?
How's it going?
He downgraded.
He upgraded.
Him Crag with no mouth, but he must scream.
Nuh-uh. No, come here. You disrespected the pact. You're gonna be punished for it.
He didn't miss the tech. Alright, Soup versus top player, who wins?
Me.
Soup, obviously. What are you talking about?
Soup with 0 hours on this character.
0 hours. Knows exactly how to play the character.
Yep. Endless gaming. Oh.
Listen, you're not getting it.
I'm dead. I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. I tried to take it. It wouldn't let me.
0 to death!
You know what? Let me take it.
I got it. Yeah, you got it. I believe in you.
Alright, Joe, you got this.
Huh?
No! Joe, don't throw this! Don't throw this! We need to win! It is is imperative that we take this victory at this very moment. Please, please, I beg you, Joe. Please.
How did that not hit?
Please, Joe. Come on, please. No, Joe, I need you to recover. Please. Okay, good. We're neutral. No. Joe.
Yes.
I need this.
Yes.
No. Yes. No.
I can't fucking concentrate when you're doing the big SpongeBob bit with the dollar. No, Patrick, no! Take it out, no, Patrick!
Careful, Joe.
The big roller coaster of emotions. I'm already partly vegged out, and I'm over here hearing, careful, Joe Bob! Careful, Joe Bob!
Oh my god. Let me see. There was one other one that I watched from them. Does that have the bit in it? I don't remember. There was a Crag video they did that I watched. It was funny. Hmm.
Crag free-for-all on Europe Connection.
That would actually be incredible. I think he's cooking.
Oh my god.
Oh, don't play Crag free-for-alls at 1 in the morning. Worst mistake of my life.
I'll circle with the 120.
I think that improves your Crag game.
It's true. It makes you a better Crag.
You know, they said in Rivals 1 that Crag gained a tier for every 20 ping you had, so...
True. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, Jojo.
Oh, we Fight Club?
Fight Club.
Fight pit.
Yeah, the pit. Step into the ring.
No, reactable. Oh,
Yep.
Banana.
Was it worth it? I don't know. Violet, I'm so sorry.
No.
Oh my god, you grabbed me. That's so fucked up. Did you grab me? Oh my gosh, that's so baller.
Oh my gosh. It was like that video of the basketball players doing the same animation. Whenever Tom parries, it looks like somebody forgot to install counter-click source.
Oh?
Look, parry.
Oh my god, you're right.
No!
Oh, go. Yes? No? Am I supposed to be happy? No, I'm sad.
I don't have killer.
Help. Oh my gosh!
Oh no!
My lungs hurt. It feels like I've been smoking for 50. I'm at 170. I'm at 186.
I refuse to press A. You cannot make me.
Okay. Okay. Cool. 366. What? What? Why are you so gay?
I refuse to press A.
Wow. Why did that work? Why did that work? Help! They're helping me.
I did 18 off of that.
What?
Oh, help!
Oh my god!
I'm at 92!
You deserve it.
Pour one out for old Cirque.
That was
want to say that is the true Craig Smasher.
Oh my god!
That was so messed up, and you know it. You did not deserve that. I have a wife and kids. No, don't do this with me! That is not allowed. You are not allowed.
You got him with the shimmy!
Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god.
You know what? A gentleman's game. No.
Yes. Yes!
No, wait, what?
Yes!
What was that?
I grabbed you and threw you down.
Oh,
That's gross.
And the worst part is she probably could have teched it.
Do you think I knew what was going on?
No way.
Exactly.
Oh my Jesus!
I couldn't get it. I think you can get
That
it.
was smooth.
Mr. Tech!
Hold on, I need to do someone right fucking now.
Okay.
Hey, I know it's 2 in the morning. Draw Crag like this. Oh, I didn't even get the Mr. Beast. But it says missed attack. People love working for me.
I assure you, I actually can't assure you anything. You could be the worst client of all time, but you give them money.
I think bullying people with neutral specialists is gonna be my new favorite thing.
Bro, picking them up and then shimmying is the most toxic thing you could do on this character.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Mr. Tech!
Whoop.
No. Okay, good. Stop. It doesn't even do any damage. I'm dead. I thought I was fetching pilot.
What do you do?
What the f is wrong with me?
Oh no.
One crack pulls rock, they all pull rock.
Oh yeah, we have rock.
So-called free thinkers, when they see a Crag rock be pulled.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The same thing happened! The same thing happened when we were last on this stage! The exact same thing! I kid you not, check the footage, it was literally exactly the same thing that happened.
Here. Friendship.
Friendship?
See? We're friends.
We're friends.
What the f is going on over there?
We should ban this guy. We should ban this guy. He's done for. Yeah, get him now. Get him. No. Wait, what? There's a pillar there?
Oh, the fucking Gengar at this part. I showed this video to Sam, and they were like, wait, I know where that Gengar is from. And then they screenshotted it and they sent me the face.
Wait, what? There's a pillar there?
Oh my god, why does he look like that?
I want to play the game. I'm like, Sark also wants to play the game. I'm sure of it. But I want to play the game, man.
There we go.
Okay.
God.
Mr. Ted! I deserve this. Please just. I was hoping you'd ride it all the way to the black zone.
Okay.
Sir just wanted it to end.
Well, unfortunately, Tom is the winner of the first to 10. What a shame.
What a shame.
I think this is the greatest game of all time.
Oh my god, I can't take the same order.
Well, I guess I have to play the last one I watched now, since I started shading this, and that should be our final video. Oh my god, it's almost 5 in the morning. Shit. Yeah. This is the one that had the bit in it.
Die, top tier. You don't belong in this meta.
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given buffs. I was buffed by the devs, who wish to make me viable.
Viable? You steal players' stocks and blame them for the loss.
Perhaps the same could be said of all bottom tiers.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Rivals Ill needs a character such as you.
What is a rival? A miserable little pile of frame data. But enough talk. How about you? What way were you supposed to DI that?
I was not ready to DI the back throw immediately after getting hit by up smash. That's insane.
That is the Crag mix-up right there.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it in the vision.
Good foresight activated.
You got a fucking like Xenoblade S vision.
Yeah, exactly. I got Shulk vision. I was like, I could see it happening. I love the little
That's
cap.
messed up that just happened to me.
You've been had.
You know the vibes.
Oh my god.
That's going in the video.
No!
What are you doing?
Throwing.
Yeah,
For content.
actually. Yeah, for content. For content. For content. Nice. Nice. Oh my god. He's goated. How does he do it?
Oh god.
Tom, I need you to run up and S-smash a fleet.
Please, it'd be so funny.
It's imperative.
Okay, I'll give the sub if you kill the fleet right now.
I got you.
It's so real for that, holy shit!
Dude, that is not true.
Deal's a deal, Toma.
Part of the deal.
I'm gonna play Claren actually because I do not trust don't trust my Crag against your Crag. I'm sorry.
My Crag is just a little bit funny.
It's cruel and unusual.
Cruel and unusual punishment.
Built different, built wrong, built
Just like
incorrectly.
Just like me.
Factory defect Crag.
We trained him wrong as a joke.
We trained him wrong as a joke. You just see me off of the sky, double jump dare.
No, I'm not gonna double jump there. I'm better than that.
Hit him with the double jump dare. They never see it coming.
Tipper. Double jump dare.
There it is.
See?
There it is.
Oh my gosh, he's right. Oh shit, I got called that. I jumped.
Claren double jump dare is like that bell curve meme with like the fucking Wojaks.
Oh no.
I like how we're gonna like keep saying nerf the elephant, and then the elephant like wins every match he's been in.
Not entirely true. I lost one match with the elephant.
Oh, here it is.
Get the fuck over here! Get the fuck over here!
That was a misinput. That was a misinput, I swear. That was a misinput, I swear.
Demolish!
That's a misinput. I'm using an attention switch spirit controller, and the D-pad is really close to the stick. Okay?
Get over here! Kill! 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 Kill!
I love Soup immediately going courage the cowardly dog, just like sour back air into fucking taunt is incredible. Oh my god. You got outplayed out of your
game screen. Just
gourd.
I like how these are my actual like colors that I give to workshop devs but on characters, and it's just a happy coincidence that it made it as a Crag skin. Hey, editing Toma here. So the Rivals Next Fest demo dropped today, and I opened the store, and what didn't you know? Another happy coincidence. It was just too funny to point out. I had to put it in here. Anyway, back to the video.
His exclusive brand skin.
It's not even a brand skin. I want a brand skin.
I'm gonna call it
hey,
I'm gonna call it the brand
hey,
skin.
Dan, call me.
Dan, I gave you $3,000, Dan.
Come on, hit me up, Dan. Behold. the cheese wedge in the middle of the pillar.
Oh my gosh!
Okay.
Oh
There
my
is a
gosh,
cheese
it's
wedge in the hieroglyph.
Oh my god, there is!
Oh my god.
Pillar cheese.
The pillar cheese
God.
is insane.
That's so fucking funny.
That's so fucking incredible. I love the rival sim. Oh, you're dead, huh?
Crag hits different.
I was just letting Tom do his thing. I was like, I'm not jumping into that.
I looked away for 5 seconds. Giga, what happened?
I died. I was edge guarding a Crag, and then
Baby.
another Crag came out of the shadows, and I was no longer
There you go.
alive.
He's pulling his rock out.
He's pulling his rock out.
Holy Ekwi, you're getting mixed hard.
Dude, I was trying to throw something at him, and he's like, nah, dude, I'm just gonna grab you every single time.
Ekwi, when I usually say eat the mix, I don't mean this. I don't mean eat the entire mix.
It's so yummy, though. There's glue in here.
They should nerf the elephant for that.
They should. To be honest.
All of his tilts are really good, so...
His tilts are really good, huh?
I don't know about F
Clearly, yeah, they keep nerfing them.
Nah, F-tilt is alright.
Look, I throw F-tilt, and then I look back during the end lag and see my past self.
Would have not minded being on Twitter for that.
Oh, good heavens. Yeah?
What are you doing?
Dude. Oh my god, no way. He can't keep getting away with this.
The more that I watch you specifically, Toma, play this game, the more that I think that this is an awful game.
I was like, I could slide in.
Oh my god, that was so good.
Let's rock it.
Oh, you know what? Yeah.
We can't go back! We can't go back!
We're going back. It's so funny.
It's so funny, guys. It's so funny.
Doctor, reduce my funny inhibitor.
Turn off my Crag inhibitors.
Doctor, turn off my brain.
Turn off my brain right, it just crumbles on the ground.
Gmod ragdoll.
It's the fucking brain aneurysm meme.
All I'm picturing right now is a thumbnail is Orcane holding like the ID card, and it just says license to throw out down strong and neutral.
License the throw.
License to throw.
Oh my god, license the throw is so good.
It's exactly for me.
Oh.
There we go.
There we go.
All right.
Gotta stock. Gotta stock. You gotta stock.
Come on, Soup, say the line.
Mr. Dick!
That one was such vitriol. That was almost hella cool.
Hey, check this shit out.
No!
You got him.
You got him.
Okay, that's enough. Got word back from Mormon in the middle of the stream. I need to tweak this a little bit, but nothing too severe. I'll do that later. It was nice getting some side projects done. My Idolus. New Sid emote. And I've been debating what to replace Marvin with, so I just have Poggers Gex here for consideration from my dead server. We'll see. This is where I'm going to end it. I don't know what I'm going to do Wednesday. It depends on my mood. I'll either stream Rivals or I will paint Mad Rat. Thank you all so much for watching and sticking with me this late. I don't know how many of you are here right now, but I appreciate it nonetheless. See ya.